out here. It's computer science time. I'm so excited for y'all. This is going to be an epic 5 hours. So my name is Amanda Dwemerall. I'm the CEO of Fiveable, co-founded Fiveable a couple years ago. So you might recognize me from the little bot in the corner where you can get tech support. There's my little mustache picture there. So I wanted to just show up and say hey and introduce myself and kind of pump you up a little bit, kind of known for the pep talk. So just a really couple quick announcements and then a little tiny pep talk before we kick it back to Marcy. Quickly, you can post any content related questions or exam related questions down below in the discussion thread. TAs are going to be answering questions all night, so post what you got there. Check to see if other people have asked the same questions that you have, and you can help each other out there too. Any tech related questions or specific CRAM Fiveable related questions, pop them in the chat below, and one of our student success team members will support you there. So now that that's out of the way, the other things I want to tell you about are the social media contests that we're running. So if you're watching this live right now, or if you're watching a replay later on, this is still happening. So every day until the end of AP exams, we're going to be giving away $100 a day to the best social media post for this contest. And that basically pays for your AP exam. So we're excited to do that for you. So what you need to do is at some point, post about your AP experience. You can do it on Instagram, Twitter, or TikTok, something that shows, what it's like to study, something content related, a meme, make fun of College Board's nonsense, whatever you got, post it up there. Make sure to tag, hashtag YesWeCram and tag us at ThinkFiveable so that we can see it. And we're going to be picking the best winners, putting them on our CRAM hub so a lot of other students will see it, and retweeting you and then making sure to send you $100. So make sure you get that happening because right now the submissions are popping. So I'm super excited to see what is submitted from computer science students. Lastly, I just wanted to let you all know, I know this year's been wild. You've been through a lot. Your teachers have been through a lot. Your families have been through a lot. No matter what happens on the exam, you are going to be okay. It's all going to be okay. We got you tonight. You're here. You're studying. We've got 5 hours to cover all of this content, every concept you'll need. So take a deep breath and just know that it's all going to be fine, no matter what happens on the exam. So don't let the stress all rile you up. You're just going to attack this exam tomorrow or whatever day you're taking it with confidence and ready to go because, you're cramming with us, so you're going to be fine. So if you need me, let me know. I'll be around in Discord. I'll be in the discussion threads a little bit, but I'm around if you ever want to chat. So good luck on your exam tomorrow and have fun tonight. And I will send it back to Marcy.
Hi, everyone. This is Marcy Boyd joining you for the Computer Science CSA CRAM finale. And you will be working with myself and Miss Princess Choi today. We are getting you ready for the multiple choice portion of the Computer Science A exam, which the first administration is tomorrow. So the first part of our presentation, I'm going to be walking you through the behind the scenes, all the stuff, the administrative paperwork stuff that you need to know, be aware of, and be ready. And then Ms. Choi is going to jump in for the funner part, the more getting you ready into the beef of the content and everything you need to get your 5 on the exam. So come along with me. Let's go through the process. First, our friendly reminder, the stream is being recorded. It'll be on our website, YouTube, other social media, public channels. So if you are joining us and you don't want your name, make sure you change it now. Also, of course, keep everything positive and appropriate. We know you will. You're awesome. This is where we are. We are all over social media and we are excited. We are Fiveable. We are so excited to be with you through this process to your 5 and your mastery for the CSA exam. First of all, let's talk about those exam date options. If you're not well versed on this yet, it was perfectly fine, but there are 3 times that the multiple choice part of the exam, multiple choice and free response part, the end of the year exam is given to you this year. First administration is tomorrow, May 6th, in school, and it's going to be at noon local time. So whatever time zone you're in, noon tomorrow on paper is administration number 1. If you have worked out with your teacher, guidance counselor, school, etc., whether you are a learning from home student or have other situations, you have also got 2 other administration options. Both of those are given to you here, the information. The first one, which is administration 2, Tuesday 5/18 or Tuesday June 1st. Both of those you have to make arrangements whether you will go to your campus, to school, or take the exam from home. Those are both on this digital platform. Other difference between the two, if you look at my screen here, administration 2 on May 18th is 11 a.m. Central. Digital format, this new digital platform that we're going to be talking about shortly, and administration 3 that's on June 1st is at 3 p.m. Central. You absolutely can click on the link, do a simple search for AP College Board Exam 2021 and a search, and it will come right up and give you all this information and put it in your local time. So where I put the time as Central, just to kind of keep it central, I'm on the East Coast, right? So this time of exam would be a little different for my students, where Miss Troy is on the West Coast. So also she's on Pacific time. So you are absolutely welcome to look a little further into that or ask questions, right? Put it into our chat, our TA, myself. Somebody will get to you in a few seconds if you have any questions about that. Okay, we are looking at a general loose fit on what we're doing here for our 5 hours. We have 5 hours to work together to get you ready for the end of course exam in CSA. We're so excited about this. The first hour, we are going to be talking about the administrative paperwork kind of test overview. So I'm going to talk about the paper administration. I'm going to talk about the digital testing platform because it's new this year. You might be a little nervous about it. Also going to talk about the structure and the layout of the multiple choice, the free response, what those questions free response look like, how many multiple choice. Is there a benefit to taking paper versus digital? Will one be easier or harder? And I'm going to finish up with the Java quick reference sheet. At that point, Miss Choi is going to pick up with the beef of it, the topics, the content, how to beat the test, how to read and work through and trace the program codes. And in the last couple hours, she's going to hit all the big in hours 2 and 3, hit those big topics, Boolean expressions, conditionals, iteration, the difference between array and array list. We'll also do some nested looping. And then at hour 4, we'll give you little breaks in between, brain breaks, get up, stretch around, that kind of thing. Then we're going to talk about hour 4 and hour 5, breaking up those FRQ, the free response questions. In that hour 4, we'll talk about writing classes and inheritance. And then the last hour, talking about the 2D arrays. So as usual, we are going to pick the harder topics. So don't get too nervous if what we're doing is a little difficult. We want to nail the hard ones, right? We want to pick the tough ones so that you can do them with us and gain your confidence through this 5 hours working with us. At any time you want to ask questions, throw them out there between the two of us and our amazing TA. We got you covered. Okay, let me jump right in. I'm in the first hour. We're going to talk about paper exam. So if you are, either you've chosen or it's been chosen for you by your school, you may be taking Administration 1, which is the paper exam tomorrow. If you're taking the paper exam, make sure you know when and where you got to be, right? Got to show up on time, got to be rested, all that good stuff. What we want to do is, first of all, if you're taking exam Administration 1 tomorrow, are you doing the bubble sheet ahead of time? Have you already done it? Were you supposed to? If you were supposed to, did you forget? And how can we help you with that? So if you already did your paperwork, your administrative day, great. The people at your school, I'm sure, have it. They've taken care of it, and it'll be there waiting for you tomorrow. If you were supposed to and missed it, no big deal. Don't let that stress you out. They'll have it for you tomorrow. You can fill it out before you start the test. So I've put here when and where and what is expected of you. If you need to send an email, if you need to look into something, you absolutely can do so. Remember to bring your number 2 pencils for the multiple choice. Get good sleep tonight. We know you're with us, and then you can get some sleep, right? Don't stay up all night. Eat well before the test. Get up, get some good food on you, start moving around. Do not wake up 10 minutes before the exam starts, right? We know this is a long test. It's a long time to sit still. Leave your hats, your phones, everything else behind. Leave it home. So depending on where you're taking it, there might be a safe place or a place you can leave it. Don't risk it. Just leave the stuff home where it's safe. Also, this, where it says, ask if you're allowed to bring water. I do want to clarify that. There is no food or drink in the testing site. So if you asked and somebody says that yes, you can bring it, what they're saying is yes, you can bring it, but it'll have to stay out in the hall or in the break location. So you do get a break during the exam. You should be allowed to get a snack or a drink, go to the bathroom, etc. But food and drink not allowed in the test room. All right, this is a post that I found on Twitter recently. I thought would be kind of helpful because there's so much concentration on the new digital platform, and we'll get there, don't worry. But also want to make sure that we're taking care of everybody taking that paper exam tomorrow. So let's look at it. This I thought was a great green light for what's good to bring, red banner for what not to bring, okay? So, like I mentioned already, but a little more in detail, bring your number 2 pencils. Bring your pens, black, blue ink only. Don't bring your fancy pink and orange and green. Also, that's for the free response part, right? The FRQ questions. The acceptable calculator, that's not you. So don't bring a calculator to the exam tomorrow. If you don't attend the school, meaning maybe your school is not the location where your test is, know where you're going. And if it's not your own school, make sure you bring an ID with you that has a picture. So if you have a permit, a license, a government issued ID card, or a school ID card, bring it with you, just like you would like a SAT or ACT. Also, take a mask with you. It probably is still required at this point, so it says if required by your school, but even if not, I would just bring it just in case, because if you have to get up and go to the bathroom, probably a case where you'll need it. Hand sanitizer, you can bring that. It just has to stay under the desk or out in the testing area. Water and snacks, this is what I was just saying. The College Board is the one that says not in the testing room, so that'll be out where you have another area. If you do have accommodations for testing, for example, you get extended time on the AP exam, or you have a medical reason that you need to have food or drink with you in the test room, please bring that letter with you. In some cases, maybe your guidance counselor or somebody else will have a copy for you, but especially if you are not at your own school, you got to have that, have all your bases covered, just to make sure that you are at ease in the best possible case for this. Next, move into the right-hand side of the slide where it says what not to bring. We've got a big red banner there. Don't bring it. So it says electronic equipment, any kind of phone, smartwatch, fitness tracker, wearable watch, technology, camera, recording, listening devices, anything else. Don't even bring it to the test. Just leave it home. Books, reference guides, notes, compasses, protractors, mechanical pencils that are not number 2, whiteout, correction fluid, dictionary, highlighter, just don't bring them. Leave them home. You don't need them. Any kind of scrap paper. For the test, if and when you are allowed to use any, they will provide it for you. So don't take any extra stuff. Also, if you are wearing a watch that beeps on every hour or every half hour, not allowed, right? Earplugs. Clothing or shoes that has CSA stuff on it. I know sometimes it's really cool. You want to pump yourself up on Java, but don't wear a Java shirt to the CSA exam. Okay. All right, now I thought we would take a few minutes and talk about this new digital exam platform. All right, so I have a few slides here. Just thought that I just want to make sure everybody has it. Now the good thing is, remember, if you are taking digital exam, it is not tomorrow. So you are going to have the recording of this. You absolutely have access to this. It's going to be out there for you. That's why you paid the CRAM pass, right? So you have access to this. You'll be able to get that recording all the way till exam administration 3. So listen to it now. If it's not the first time you've heard it, great. If it is the first time, take what we're telling you and go and talk to somebody at school. Make sure that you understand that you're not nervous and you know what's going on. So before exam day, on the exam that you're taking, right? So if you are taking the digital exam and you're taking it from home, you got to use the computer you're going to be taking it on, whether that's a school-issued Chromebook, a Mac, any type of laptop, right? So from that computer, from that device that you will be taking the exam on, you need to download and install the 2021 digital testing app. You have access to all these slides, so down at the bottom I threw that link there for you. And really all it is collegeboard.org. So if you miss this link or it doesn't work for you, anything like that, just go into College Board and just search for 2021 AP exams. So that's what I wrote there. That's highlighted in yellow at the bottom. That's what I did. I just went to the website. I can get the information just by doing a site search, right? So that will then, it gives you all kinds of stuff, and it'll say click here for the digital testing app, right? So you definitely want to do that with the computer that you're testing on though, right? Just to make sure that it works. School managed Chromebook is great because it already has the lockdown capabilities and everything put by your school, but it is not the only way. If you have a desktop at home that you're going to be using, perfectly fine. Also, once you download and install that digital testing app, the next thing that you have access to that started a couple weeks ago is this practice exam questions in the digital testing app. This is different than AP Classroom. What this is it allows you to make sure that the testing app is going to work for yourself. Okay, so this is like taking a mock test before test day. Kind of boosts your confidence, helps you practice some of the stuff that's going to be like test day questions, just to make sure that everything is working for you. Next thing you need to know, between 1 and 3 days before each exam, so pay attention. Is your exam on a Monday? Then on the previous Friday you want to do this, right? So pay attention to which administration you're taking, what day of the week it is, because between 1 and 3 days ahead of time, you want to go through and do the exam setup in the testing app. Your teacher may be planning this in class, right? If not, you got to make sure that you're doing that. So check whether it's a guidance counselor, your teacher, or if you are a fully from home learner this year, you may be the one doing it for yourself. So pay attention to this and the deadlines. And then on exam day, you need to check in 30 minutes ahead of time, right? You log into this digital testing app 30 minutes ahead. Make sure everything is working, because you know that you'll have a little anxiety, nerves the test day. You definitely don't want it to be about, is my computer gonna work, right? Then the big thing, and I'm going to mention this a couple times, because of the security of the digital testing app that you're using for this spring, you skip a question, you can't go back to it. I'll talk more in depth about that in a little bit with the FRQs. It's a little different. But if I am on number 7 on the multiple choice and I, by mistake, click forward to 8, that's it. I can't go back to number 7. So you cannot, like if you skip a question, don't work ahead, don't jump back. Once you move forward, for security reasons, you can't go back. So that is different from the paper exam. All right, so be aware of that. Again, that link at the bottom if you need more information or I went too fast. more on this digital exam platform because it's new, right? New stuff is changed and different. So we want to make sure that we are there for you. We're helping you out. Digital testing app gives an annotation tool. So play around with it. Those practice test questions that I talked about on the previous slide, you can use this annotation tool to highlight your parameters, highlight your return types, right? So that annotation is great, but sometimes people think about it for the history AP and the English AP, and they don't think ahead to how that's going to help them on the CSA exam. So that's what we want to point out to you, okay? So just kind of put a couple bullets here. Highlight the important parts of the prompt. Highlight your parameters. So especially if you are writing your FRQ, you want to mention the parameters. They're there for a reason. Also, the return value of the method. Make sure that when you're doing your FRQ, you're returning the correct type. And the easiest way, I think, to do that and to help it in your brain is to use the annotation tool that they give you. Next, you will be entering code for all of the FRQ questions, right? So for readability, I'm sure that you're all great working on your programming readability. And what I mean by that is you indent, right? So you can do the same exact thing using the tab key. As you're writing your code on the digital platform, so you're using your keyboard, use the tab key to help with your indenting, okay? It's a nice formatting in the lockdown menu, and it'll look nice. All right, some of the FRQs, free response question prompts, they will reference a specific question part. And so on your digital platform, you're going to have those two, like to me, looks like greater than signs. Use that symbol to scroll to the reference location that they're asking about. Answer all the multiple choice questions and all the free response questions in the digital exam app. What I mean by that is if you are taking the digital exam, whether it's at school or at home, you have a piece of scrap paper given to you, or if you're at home, it just is, please realize you cannot upload what I wrote on paper to be graded. So I put that in there. Scrap paper is permitted for notes and planning, but cannot be uploaded for credit. So if you're taking the digital exam, you cannot write your code on paper and then upload it to the testing app. So be aware of that, especially because it's a timed test. So if you mistakenly spend all your time writing it onto paper very neatly, it doesn't do you any good. You got to type it into the digital app to get credit. A little more specific, like I mentioned, about the free response questions. We have 4 free response questions following the multiple choice. For questions 1, 3, and 4, they will be spread out on like different pages and different parts. Question 2 is all on one screen. When I'm talking about 1, 3, and 4, we just want to kind of remind you again, because it's a different with this digital app. You're going to answer each part on a separate screen. You can move. If I'm in number 1 and I'm moving through the question, looking at it, I can move in question 1 back and forth. So I can move with the back and the next buttons through to look at the whole question. Once you finish number 1, the last part of it, once you move on to number 2, you can't go back to number 1. So once you enter the response to the last part of a question, you can't go back to it. Okay? Meaning once I start on number 2, I can't go back to number 1. You're very clear with that? Again, if you got any questions, just either unmute and let me know or write it in an RTA. I'll talk to you about it. Next, exam directions and section-specific directions will not be read by a proctor. So when you are taking the digital exam, there's no voice, there's no audio that's going to come on and read the directions to you. They are going to be in the testing app. What I want to point out, though, that is just a little different, but I think a good test-taking strategy and thing that you want to know, when the exam starts and when those directions come up, that's when the timer starts on that digital app. So you don't get to pause the timer while you read and reread those directions. So what I wrote here is you will see the directions at the beginning of each section. You can access them at any time, but the timer starts when the directions appear. So we want you to read the directions, but I want you to do so quickly. And if that bothers you or you get a little nervous, please realize I put links here for it. You can absolutely read and deep dive into those directions ahead of time. Nobody is going to change the directions on the AP exam from how you've been practicing in Google Classroom or other things that you've been preparing with your teacher for this test. All right, so I put more information on the digital exam, and there is a digital testing guide. That link takes you right to the AP Classroom where you can read through it for yourself. Also, the exam and section directions, right? You can look at the directions. So if you want to make sure that I'm telling you the truth and you want to read those directions for the multiple choice, get it in your mind, read carefully, you can't go back. So everything that we've told you will be the directions on the AP exam. But again, just put these links here for you so that you forget this in a week, you can come back and look at the recording, click on the links, make sure you're good. Still doing well? Everybody with me? Awesome. Okay, so like I said, this is a link up at the top for the structure of the end of course exam. You do not need a login, which you do have. I mean, you can log into the college classroom, the AP Classroom website because you're taking the exam. But that link up at the top, anybody could search it. So you can do AP College Board and then do CSA or Java test or anything there, and it'll bring you to this page. So I put the link up at the top again so that you can relook at it, not have to like search through all your papers and stuff you have from the beginning of the year. I just cut and paste some of the important stuff just to highlight so you know exactly what you're going to see on test day, just in case you don't. All right. So all versions of the end of course exam will cover the full scope and course content. They will both, whether you're taking it on paper or digital test platform, will have multiple choice and free response. Now, I don't know about you guys, but my students ask me that. Is there a benefit to taking it on paper or the digital exam? Is one because the paper exam is earlier, will it be easier? Is there, if I wait till June 1st, then is it going to be harder? And the answer is no. The test will not be the same, obviously, so you can't, they want to make sure it's fair. So those who choose to take the test on June 1st digitally are not going to go to the people who took the paper version tomorrow and ask, hey, send me the questions. Let me know what was on it. What do you remember? It's not going to help you. They'll be the same scope of things that I'm going to talk about here, but it'll be different tests. So no real benefit to one or the other. Just want to kind of lay that out there because that was something that my students asked. All right, so we are looking at the first multiple choice section. So altogether, if you don't know, this exam is made to be 3 hours. It's a 3-hour test. So if you haven't done bubble sheet and you're taking that paper test, it's 3 hours plus that bubble sheet. If you are taking the digital testing app, it's 3 hours from when you see the direction page. Okay, so make sure you leave yourself enough time. Do not go into it thinking, oh, I got to work in 2.5 hours, right? It's a time test. So don't try and give yourself that full 3 hours is what I'm saying. Don't try and plan too much. All right. So section 1, an hour and a half, multiple choice, 40 questions to do in 90 minutes. Right? So just over 2 minutes for each. It is a progressive test. What I mean by that is it is designed so that the easier questions come earlier in the test, right? So 2 things I always like to tell my students. 1, you can move a little quicker at the beginning of the test and not panic about, oh, that seemed way too easy. I must be doing it wrong, right? You're probably right. The easier questions are meant to be at the beginning of the test. Right? The other thing is this is 50% of the test. So you got 90 minutes to do 40 questions, and it's 50% of the exam. So multiple choice is mostly individual questions and occasionally 1 to 2 that are 2 questions per set. What I mean by that is number 7 and 8 might be about the same code of block, right? The first might ask you to trace through the code and tell what is going to be displayed, and the next question might be what block of would you put in for the missing code, or in which case would it not write. So every once in a while you will have 2 sets of questions based on 1 block of code, for example. Computational thinking practices 1, 2, 4, and 5 are what's tested in the multiple choice section. Next, we are moving on to the free response, where you will hear myself and Miss Choi a lot talk about FRQs, just our shorthand of free response question, right? So the next 90 minutes of your test is going to be 4 questions. So that's also going to be 50%. And I wrote here, I just copied it in for you. You know what those questions are going to look like. Have you been working on that? Do you understand? Do you know? Do you have an idea already in your head? What is going to be easy for you and what is going to be more difficult for you? And how are you going to plan your time for that? Right? So if you know that you have, for the FRQs, you have 4 questions in 90 minutes, right? You don't want to take an hour for the first one. We need to make sure that you're kind of pacing for that. So ideally we're talking, maybe 15, 20 minutes for the first one, right? So you may very well, like a lot of my students will budget, say, I want to do question 1 in 20 minutes, question 2 in 20 minutes, because I struggle a little bit more with the array list and that 2D. So 2D array at the end, I know I'm going to need a little more time for those. So they tend to do, sometimes even we'll do 15 to 20 minutes for each of the first 2 questions, and then that gives them longer for the rest. All right, so just kind of thinking about that. If you do 15 minutes, that's only 30 minutes. Now you have an hour. You got 30 minutes for question 3 and 30 minutes for question 4. So we want to concentrate, and Miss Choi is going to go through that, right? Her last 2 hours of this, she is going to be really deep diving into these FRQ topics for you. So kind of get that in your head. How long can I or should I spend on each of these so that I have it in my mind? I got my mental alarm clock going for me so that I do the best job I can in the time without running out. So looking at this, if you haven't read ahead yet, all free response questions are from Computational Practice 3. That is code implementation with the following focus. So remember, you're going to be writing code for the FRQs, right? Keep your writing neat. That for some students takes longer. So I'm okay writing code, but somebody has to grade it. They may have to be able to read it, right? So build that in as you're practicing. Make sure you're leaving yourself enough time so that everybody can read it. So looking at the 4 questions, the breakdown here, question 1, method and control structures. You are going to be asked to write code to create objects of a class and call methods, and then satisfy method specifications using the expressions, conditionals, and iterative stuff, right? And that stays about the same for number 2 as well. So number 2 is going to be a question on classes. And this, again, this question 2 is going to be along 1 page, so you won't have to kind of toggle back and forth between the parts. But you will write a program to define a new type by creating a class, and then the rest of it's the same. You're going to satisfy method specifications with expressions, conditionals, and iteration. Then we move to the ones that are a little longer, a little more in-depth to finish up the test. Number 3 is going to be array and array list. Do you know the difference? Are you getting better with the difference between those? We got you. We're going to do that in hour 3. So you are going to write code to satisfy method specifications using expressions, conditionals, and iteration. And you're going to do this to create, traverse, and manipulate elements in a 1D array or array list. Okay, so it'll be one or the other, but we don't know which one it'll be for question 3. So we're going to kind of make sure you're good with both of them, know the difference, and you're proficient and able to answer either one of those. moving on to question 4. Question 4 is going to be 2D array. Okay, so you, again, the FRQ, you are going to write code to satisfy method specifications using expressions, conditionals, and iteration. Read that. It's in all 4 questions, right? So we know it's going to be there, and we know we're going to be good, and we'll be ready for it. We are going to create, traverse, and manipulate now 2D, two-dimension array objects. Right? So we know that, we gotcha. We know exactly what it's going to look like, and we're going to be ready for the test. All good so far? Looks like everybody's good. Okay. Now, kind of my last 5-7 minutes or so, right, before our first break, and we kind of get more into the beef and the content, starting with Booleans. What we want to talk about is the Java quick reference. All right, so again, there's a link here. It's just a PDF. You may already have downloaded it. I'm hoping by this point, maybe it's something that you have already been looking at, or you've used in class or with your instructor, whether it's synchronous or asynchronous. So I will kind of, walk through this because it is important. We want to make sure that if that's not true, and at this point, we don't want you, being scared or freaked out that you haven't seen it, therefore you're not ready to succeed on the test. That is so not true. We're going to go through it. I just don't want to bore you and take 20 minutes going through it. If some of you are like, yeah, I've already been doing this. I'm all about programming. I want to jump into the content, right? So we're covering it for you. Be patient if you have seen it and you know this thing inside and out. Great. But if not, just want to kind of throw it out there so that I know everybody has seen it before we get into Booleans. All right, so again, the link is at the top. PDF is there. You can absolutely download it. You're not going to need it the day of the test. It will be provided for you. So there is nothing the day of the test that you have to bring yourself. Okay, it'll all be provided. Whatever's allowed will be there for you. So this quick reference sheet for Java is going to list the accessible methods from the Java library that can be included on your test when you're writing your code for the FRQ. So the Java quick reference sheet is included in the exam booklet, and that is both the paper version of the test as well as the digital test platform. Okay, so that's pretty much what we got here is just us going through it. Make sure that you have seen it and know what it is. I really like how they do this. They put on the left-hand side here, they got the class constructors and methods, and then the in English written explanation of that. So yes, I'm going to read through it. I'm just kind of, there we go. Okay, so it is written out here. I'm just going to kind of read through, make sure that you're okay with this. Let's see, laser, that's what we're going to do. All right, first of all, I got the class constructor. We're talking about string, right? So again, I really love this. It lays it out for us. This is our Java notation. And then over here gives the kind of the definition. You may know it yesterday, you may know it last week, but what if you kind of panic on test day? So it's here, and we want you to know that you have access to it. So string constructs a new string object that represents the same sequence of characters as str. Int length, again, these are, right, Java quick reference. So this is what you can use when you're writing your FRQs. Returns a number of characters in a string object. String substring, right? And this has 2 parameters, int from and int to. Returns the substring beginning at the index at location from and ends at the index to -1. So this TO, not the number 2, 2 less 1. So string substring int from returns the substring from the certain length. Int index of with the string parameter returns the index of the first occurrence of the str, and it returns -1 if it's not found. Boolean equals returns true if this is equal to other, right? And that sometimes confuses my students, right? If this and that, or this and other, are the same, it'll return true. Otherwise, it'll return false. So again, Boolean expressions is the first thing that we're going to talk about after our kind of administrative session break. And that's what, just kind of laying out what a Boolean is. Remember, Boolean is true, false, yes, no, on, off, anything that only has two options. Int compare to returns a value less than 0 if this is less than other, returns 0 if they are the same, and it returns a positive or greater than 0 if this is bigger than other. So just a way that it can compare those two. Integer constructs a new integer object that represents the int value. Integer min value is the minimum value represented by an int or integer. Integer max value represented by an int or integer. And the int value returns the value of the integer as an int. Okay? That's all of our integer class for things that we're allowed to use. Next is our double class. So double value constructs a new double object that represents the double value. Notice the slight differences, right? Like my students really like this reminder on the test that they have this. What's the difference between these, right? Are we okay with that? We're going to talk more about that as we're talking about our classes with the FRQ number 1. But just want to remind you, it's on your reference sheet. So make sure you're looking at it when you're doing your FRQs. My double value, again, my parentheses are in different places, returns the value of this double as a double. All right. Now, moving into our math class, we have 5 references that we're allowed to use as we're writing our FRQs. 1, static, int, abs, int x. Oh, wow, that's a lot, right? It returns an absolute value of an integer. Next, returns the absolute value of a double. You remember at this point, right? A double is just a decimal value, right? Next, static, double, POW, just stands for the power. So we have double of base and double exponent. So what it's going to return is it's going to return the value of the first parameter raised to the power of the second. So if it has a static double POW, we got double 5, double 3. What it's going to return is 5 to the third power. Again, these are storage spaces for the values, right? Next, we got static double the square root of a double. It's going to return the positive square root. Those of you knowing or familiar with the math location or lingo, it's called the principal square root. Just going to return the positive square root of a double value. Finally, for the math class, we got static double random. It's going to return the double value greater than or equal to 0.0 and less than 1.0, right? So our random number can be anywhere between 0, including 0, but less than 1. So 0.9, repeating, is the largest rand that we will come up with. Finally, last page of our quick reference sheet. Again, you will have access to it. It will be given to you on the paper and the digital exam. Make sure you're using it when you're writing your FRQs. So, last couple things we're talking about. We got the array list class. 6 things here that we want to keep in mind. In size is going to return the number of elements in a given list. Boolean add of an object, we're going to append an object to the end of a list and it'll return true. Void add int index e object, right, returns the object at position index where the index is between 0 and the size. Moves the elements that are at position index and higher to the right, and it'll add 1 to their index position and add 1 to size. Next, we have our notation that is going to return the element that's at the index in the location or in our list. Next, we got the replaces the element that's at position index with the object, returns the element formerly at the index. And the last one, we are going to use this when we want to remove an element from position index. We're going to move everything else there to the left and subtract 1 from their index position. And the last two are what we're using for our object class. We've got our Boolean equals, the object other, and string changing to a string. All right, so that brings us to the kind of the end of the administration part. So we are going to get ready to switch. Miss Choi is on hand, ready to take over, and she is going to kind of start a little early into the second hour, which is awesome because you'll want it a little later when we're talking about multiple choice and FRQ. What we want to remind you here, how are you feeling so far? Do you have any questions? Absolutely add it to discussion. Let our TA know. Absolutely can let us know. Unmute, shout it out. We will be opening up Pear Deck shortly, so you can also put messages in there, whatever you want to use. Just want to kind of take a couple minutes, see how you're feeling. If you have any questions about anything we talked about so far during that time, also want to remind you of Amanda's kind of shout out and her awesome getting you pumped up for this exam. You got this. You have everything that you need to succeed. We know that you are absolutely ready and capable to get your 5 on this exam. After the tough year that you've had, you've done tons of work and you got nothing but success ahead of you. Other thing we want to remind you is that you have access to these slides, right? So if you are not taking the paper exam tomorrow and you're taking one of the 2 administration 2 or 3 digital exams, anything I went too fast on in the first 45 minutes or so, you absolutely can come back to the recording, look it up, go to go to the AP College Board website with the links that I gave you in the slides, check it out, kind of establish everything for yourself the couple of days before the test so that you're feeling fine about it. All right. Anybody have any last minute questions? Okay, I am going to pause here for now, and we are going to shift over to Miss Choi, where she's going to start with Boolean expressions and move on into the multiple choice, give you a little break throughout, and then we'll be using Pear Deck and hit, like I said, in the last 2 hours. The last 2 hours will be spent on those FRQ questions, breaking up each of the 4. So if I don't talk to you later, do outstanding on this exam, and know that you can always hit us back at Discord, find us on social media, let us know if you need to continue or need help with anything else. Thanks, guys.
All right, awesome. So hi guys, so I'm Miss Choi, and let me go ahead and start by sharing my screen, okay? All right. Yay! Just so you know, although there were some technical difficulties, I am so sorry, it is all my fault. But now we're going to start, okay? And in the chat box, although I actually did disable it, I'm going to open it just for a short while, just because I want to go ahead and give you the link to Pear Deck. So you can go ahead and answer my questions as we go along. And you know what? I realized today that when you panic, even the easiest tasks become super difficult. So yes, make sure you get into the Pear Deck right now. And once you are in, so sorry, Sanjeevini, my fault. I'll take all the blame. Alrighty. Okay, guys. Yes, how are you feeling so far? Do you have any questions, any thoughts or comments, right? All right, guys. Okay, so Sanjivini, we are going to practice FRQs, no worries. Just not all of them because we don't really have time. And yes, multiple choice questions, of course. Hello, Priscilla. Yes, we're going to write classes because I understand that is difficult. You're going to get the 5. That's why we're 5able. It is going to get better, Tessa. Of course. All right. So let's continue, okay? So Miss Boyd was just talking to you about this slide over here, right? Okay. And so here is what I need you to answer. And that means I'm going to have to take you over to slide 16 so you can answer this right here. There you go. Okay, so as usual, if you have been joining me in the past, you know that you need to have 2 windows open, one for Vimeo and the other one, the Pear Deck screen, right? So using one screen, you can watch my slides, and then using the other screen, you can definitely look at the Pear Deck screen and answer your questions, right? Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and get this started. So here I'm asking you to write one line of code that will return true if digit is less than target and digit is a positive number. And then you have to return false otherwise. And so the key thing over here, guys, is that I asked you to write one line of code. I did not tell you to write me 2-3 lines of code. Okay, guys, yay, Jordan, yay, 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 right? So guys, again, remember, don't forget with Miss Choi, when you get something, you're going to tell me, yay, 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 because that's the only way I can breathe, okay? All right, so I'm going to now stay quiet because I need you to go into Pear Deck and start working. Give me my answer, please. After 1 minute, I'm going to switch over to Pear Deck and check out everybody's answer. Please be mindful of the fact that I cannot check everybody's answer because there's so many of you today, but I will just select a few lucky ones. And I'm sorry if I don't select you because I don't know who is turning in what, right? Yay, yay, yay. I love the yay, yay, yay. Maybe I should turn my chat off. I don't know. Nobody's abusing it yet. Sanjeeva, you're not supposed to write your answer here. You got to put it in the Pear Deck link. Remember how I gave you the link? I'm going to do that one more time. Yay, yay, yay. There you go. You have to go in there. So I think right now, as you guys work on this, is a good time for me to show my love and appreciation for Miss Marcy Boyd, who was helping you guys out as I was teaching my class because I'm in California. And our lovely TA, Mr. Tejas Bartia, I hope I'm saying his last name correct, because he is just so amazing in every single way. And of course, my mentor teacher, Peter Apps, who's like, oh no, princess, what are you doing? You need to sign in. So anyways, thank you so much. Yes, Shavita, you gotta check if digit is greater than 0 because that is exactly what it says here, right? Write one line of code that will return true if digit is less than target and digit is a positive integer. That's very important, okay? All right, I'm switching over. Let me just check a few answers here. Booyah, 104 responses. Do I love that or what? Yes, this is exactly what I was looking for. I was looking to see if you know how to use the AND statement, right? Ooh, so you're going to return, okay, digit is less than target and digit is greater than 0. Yep. Okay, let's see what this one is here. Return if, and then digit is less than target. Okay, so this one is good, but halfway good, right? Because we still have to check and see if digit is greater than 0. But thank you so much for participating. I can see that most of you understood what you're supposed to do. What I really like to see is, parentheses make things clearer. You don't really have to, okay? You don't have to write the parentheses, but I'm just saying for myself personally, if there's parentheses, it really helps me out, okay? So Sanjivini, we are not writing, okay, so what we have to do is we have to return a Boolean, right? So we have to either return true or false. So one thing for sure is we need to write return for sure, right? And so we have to either return true or false. And what we are checking to see is if digit is less than target. So if digit is less than target and we put it in as a Boolean, then obviously it's going to return true, right? So instead of saying if this happens, return true, we're just saying it's true anyway, so just return that. Are we good? Can you please say yay, yay, yay if you get it? And yes, Sanjivini, if you use an if statement, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just that on this question, I said write one line of code just to make sure that you guys understand that you can just return the Boolean that is being returned by whatever it is that you write there. Yes, yes, yes. One line. That's the key word. The correct answer is this one right here. Return digit less than target and digit is greater than 0. So basically digit has to be greater than 0. So if digit is greater than 0, this Boolean expression would return true. Now, if digit is less than target, this Boolean expression will return true. And you see the end statement, if we have both Boolean expressions returning true, then the end statement means the whole thing returns true. Therefore, you are going to just return the whole thing. Oh, yay! So you figured out who you are and you're trying to show me your comments here. Are you trying to tell me yay, yay, yay? Okay, guys, come on, let's go. Okay, let's move on because the beginning part is super easy and it gets more complicated towards the end. So we don't want to spend too much time here. Okie dokie. I hope so, Derek, because I want you guys to be able to watch it and study. All right, so we're going to move on to the next slide. So right now you should be watching my video. Okay, so just kind of like what the question implied, if P is true, which one is down here? Up here. So if P is true and Q is true, then notice that both P and Q will end up being true, right? So you guys know the difference between an and or an or, right? So if you want something to be true, both of them has to be true. If one of them is false, like in the second example here and the third example here, then what happens is both of them are not true, so it's going to return false. But when we use an or statement, right, if only one of them is true, then we're just going to forget about the one that's false and just use the one that is true. So that's why when we have P or Q, it's always going to return true as long as Q or P is true. That's kind of obvious, right? And you see this exclamation mark, it means the opposite of or not. So obviously, the opposite of P. So if P is false, the opposite of false will be true. So this chart is a very simple thing that you can go ahead and watch. Okie doke. Equivalent Boolean expressions. Okay. So now let's move on to the next slide where we talk about De Morgan's law. The cool thing about De Morgan's law is they kind of gave us a formula on how we can go ahead and get the correct Boolean expression when we want to use nots. Okay. So I have just given you the answer here. So if the negation modifies each conditional as shown below. So less than becomes greater than or equal to. So a lot of students forget the equal to. So keep that in mind. The equals becomes not equals, right? Yes, Joseph. So remember what I said. You need to have 2 slides open, okay? So I need you to go back and forth. When I'm talking, I'm only focusing on my video slides, right? And then when I ask you to solve a problem, that's the only time you will go into Pear Deck. Are we good, Joseph? Okay. All right, so look at this one on the top. Not A and B is the same as not A or not B. So just remember, it's kind of like the distributive property that you learned in Algebra 1. So we're distributing the not, and so A becomes not A, like what you see over here. And then you see that and statement. This turns into an or operator. So we have to switch that too. And then the B turns into not B, and that therefore you get this right here. Okay? All right, so then let's see if you actually, yes, Vignesh, that's basically what happens, okay? It shows how to handle the negation of a complex conditional, which is written right here. Good job, you got the point. All right, so now it's time for me to check and see if you understood what I just said. Haha, checking to see if you were paying attention. So now you gotta go to pair back, and I'm gonna go to slide 19, and I'm going to give you a minute so you can go ahead and answer for me. And again, I'll go ahead and take a look at a few of your answers. This time, maybe I should scroll to the middle, right? So let's go ahead and start. All righty, so I think that's enough time. So I'm going to go ahead and go into Pear Deck, right? Okay, because this is supposed to be fairly easy. I have 100 responses so far. Okay, I'm gonna scroll like to the middle somewhere super fast. Okay, yeah, okay. I have to stop here because you know my favorite phrase, yay, is right here. Okay, so let's see. The question says, okay, we have to distribute the not, remember? So it's supposed to be not A, and the or has to turn into a end, and then it should be not B, and then NC stays the same. Okay, so did this person with the yay get this right? Let's see. Not A and not B and C. Good job. Yes, you deserve a yay. All right. Hi, welcome. Thank you. Good job. Yay to you. All right, let's go back. So I think you get it, right? And if you don't get it, you know who's really good about answering your questions? Mr. Tejas Baharti. Yes. Okay, so now let's move on to Boolean to if statements, right? Okay, so when you have an if statement, okay, let me see, did I skip anything? No. Okay, so with an if statement, what happens is that Boolean expression that we were just talking about, or that condition, goes inside the parentheses like this over here, okay? And then if that condition is true, then what happens is we're going to do whatever it tells us to do, okay? Now, there are different ways of writing this. In the first box, you can see how there's no curly braces. And that usually happens when there's only one algorithm or one line of code you got to follow under the if statement. This is kind of clear, like we indent it, so we know that this do statement is part of the if statement, right? So that's good. But if you want to be clear, feel free to use the curly braces and put the do statement inside. Now, if you want to go ahead and put in a lot of instructions, if the condition is true, then you need to have curly braces for sure. Okay, so there's do statement 1, do statement 2, and you can add as many as you need. And this diagram kind of shows you what's happening. If the condition is true, you're going to go in there and do the statements or block of statements that is given to you, and then you move on to the next statement. But if the condition or the Boolean expression is false, then we're just gonna skip everything inside the if statement and go straight to the next statement. Okay, guys? All right, and then the next one over here is showing you an if-else statement, same thing, okay? So if you only have one line of code under the if and then one line of code after the else, then you don't need curly braces. braces. But it's always nice if you're clear and you add the curly braces to say that if this condition is met, then you're going to do this statement. And if this statement is not met, if it is false, instead of going on to the next statement, we're going to go into the else statement and do what they tell us to do here, okay? Now, when you have more than one line of code that we have to act on, you're always going to add curly braces so we know where to start and where to finish, okay? All right. And again, this diagram kind of shows if the condition or the Boolean expression is true, then you do that statement inside the curly braces under if. If it's false, then you're going to do all those things inside the curly braces under the else, okay? And then once we're done with whatever, then we're going to go to the next statement. All right? Okay, so over here, if you're looking at a statement like this on the left-hand side and you're like, oh no, no curly braces. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, okay? Just remember, under this if statement, there's no curly braces, but it's indented. And then there's another if statement with a conditional, right? And then after that, there's no curly braces, but look, there's another indentation, and then there's one line of code. And then there's an else, the word else, right? So where does this else belong? Don't stress out. This else does not belong with the very first if, because look at the indentation. This else is indented just where just the same as this second if statement, right? I wonder if you can see my mouse, but okay, yeah. So this else statement belongs to the very closest if statement that you see, not the furthest one, which is the very first if statement, okay? So if you were to add curly braces to make it kind of seem easy for everybody to understand, it would look like this on the right-hand side, right? Okay. So then, of course, I just want to know if you guys are paying attention or not, right? So let's go to slide 23 on Pear Deck, and I need you to answer this question, okay? So this is a multiple choice question. And so again, I'm going to give you about 30 seconds, and you can go ahead and post your answer in Pear Deck. Are you guys, why are you guys saying yay, yay, yay? Are you guys done? Okay, so let me go check, all right? Let me go to Pear Deck. Alrighty, okay, so 73 of you are saying C, but then there are some others of you saying A, B, or E. Interesting. Okay. Well, the correct answer is C. The masses have won. 90 of you who said 1 and 2 only, but we need to know why, right? Okay. Yay, yay, yay. With standard-based grading, you can earn a grade of 5 in a standard. You know how some of your teachers grade based on standard-based grading, right? Okay, so it's either you get all questions correct, and if you don't, then you have to retake the test over and over and over again, right? Hey, it's not stupid. It's a really great way to make sure that you guys really understand everything, right? Okay. Well, you know, standard-based grading. So anyways, this is actually what happens in some of your classrooms, right? So if you do not answer all 3 questions correctly, you have to retake the assessment. You don't even get a grade. And of course, even if you get a 5 in all your other standards, you're not going to be able to pass the class until you take all the assessments and get 5s on all of them, right? Okay, all right, yeah, so we know So each Boolean variable question 1, 2, and 3 was assigned true if the student answered it correctly and false if the student answered it wrong. So which statement will update the variable score correctly based on student performance? Okay, so the reason why the answer is 1 and 2 Yep. Okay. The reason why answer is 1 and 2 is because question 1, 2, and 3 all have to be true in order to earn a 5. So if you got question number 2 wrong, then it's going to evaluate to false because these are all ands, right? And so you'll get no score. Now, in the second statement over here, if question 1 is true, then we're going to go into the next statement, which says, hey, if question 2 is correct, okay, yeah, and it's true too. I got that one right too. Okay, then now let's go ahead and look at the next if statement that's asking, hey, did you also get question number 3 true? And if I say yes, then finally I'm like, okay, you get your 5 points. Now, the third question is obviously not going to be correct because this means if you get only one question correct, then you're going to get the 5 points because this is an or statement. So out of the 3, if you can only get one correct, you will earn all 5 points, which is not okay for the teachers using standard-based grading. All right, so yay if you get this. Alrighty then, let's go ahead and move on. So over here, we have like some more crazy if statements, okay? If the condition is correct, we're going to do this. But if it's not correct, then we have to check for another condition, kind of like the previous question where we had the if statement and then the if statement and then the if statement. Okay, so if the first part is correct, then do this. And then if it's not correct, we're going to check for another if statement. And if that one is correct, even though the first one was not correct or not true, then that's okay because we're going to do statement 2. But if the first one was false and the second one was also false, well, that's okay. You belong here. You know where you belong? You belong here in the very last section where it says else. That means everything that's left over goes over here and do statement 3. Okay? All right. So then here's the key thing about unit 3 that we have to remember before I move on. Okay, so I kind of like went through unit 3 super fast. Okay, and so look, equals with the parentheses, ooh, versus the equal, the 2 equal signs. We need to know the difference between these two. And everybody, including myself, gets confused. And that's okay. So equals with the parentheses compares content, right? So for example, if we're comparing strings, we're trying to see if Vimeo is the same as Vimeo, right? But if you see the equal sign, the 2 equal signs, it is checking to see the memory address, if the memory address is the same, okay? So even though you have 2 strings that looks the same and they both say fiveable, when you ask to see if those 2 strings are equal to each other with the 2 equal sign down here, it's going to say false because those 2 objects might have been created differently. Got it? Yes. Memory address equals has to do with memory address. Okay, and it could be anything, right? Memory address. Now, the equals with the parentheses compares the content. Now, guys, however, if you use like primitive types, right? Like primitive ints, primitive doubles, then the 2 equal sign actually compares the contents as well. Because with the primitive types, they just copy the primitive ints and just puts it in there. Okay? All right. So just remember when you're dealing with objects to compare the stuff inside the object to see if they're the sign, then you can do equals, right? No, Julia, no. Because string is an object, okay? Shavita, so you understand how you use equals on strings but not on other objects? It's the exact same thing. So if I have an object that has, an image and then a number and also a string, and that in itself is one object. So if I want to use equals, then equals with the parentheses over here, the word equals spelled out, then I'm just comparing the contents. Do we have the same two strings, the same two numbers, the same two images? And if they are, it's going to return true. Now, if we use this one, the equal sign, they're checking to see if the memory address is the same. Most of the time, they probably will not be if it's a new object that's created. Okay? All right, so I'm going to move on because I have an example for you, okay? So we're going to look right here. We're going to consider the following class definitions, okay? All right, let's take a look at this. We have a public class person, okay? So our attributes are always private, remember that, okay? So we have a private string and it's called name, and then we have a get method. We have an accessor. I don't know where to put my accent there. Anyway, so when we use the method called get name, we're going to return the name, okay? All right, so you guys have to pay attention for this one, guys, okay? Yes, guys, I see that you guys are still talking about the primitive types. Yes, you can use the two equal signs on primitive types. Yes. Yes, Varad Pasad, thank you so much. Please make sure that you ask questions under the video, because then you will be able to see it forever. And other people have the same questions, okay? So now I'm gonna move on to the next slide, guys. You'll be really sad that you didn't pay attention to this slide because this is part of the question, okay? So we have a public class person, string name, that's your attribute or your variable for the class. And then we have a accessor method, get name, and it returns the name of the person, okay? So now let's take a look over here. We have another class, and this one is called student. So obviously the first one was a person, and this one is a student. And the attribute here is of the object person, and it's called scholar. There's another attribute, and it's an integer, and there is age. Okay. Ah, that's a very good question. I am so sorry. That's a typo, huh? Public string get name. You are not supposed to have a semicolon here, right? Uh-oh, Ms. Choi. What did she do? Okay, so no, they're not supposed to be a semicolon. And now we are in the student class. Okay, so now here's the constructor, right? We have age. So this dot age is going to get age. So this dot age just means the attribute here that we have, age, is going to get age, which is the parameter age. And for scholar, we're just going to have null, okay? So then now we have a method here. It says public void, so that means it's returning nothing. It's going to do stuff, but it's not going to return anything. It's not going to give you anything to store anywhere. Okay, so it's called print info, and basically it's printing age and then plus whatever the age is. And then then there's a missing condition. So do you see a question coming? Okay, yeah. So if this condition is met, then you're going to print, you're going to have to tab, because look, this was a print line, so you're on a new line. And so on that new line, you're going to tab first, and then an asterisk, and then student, and then you're going to go ahead and add scholar.getName. Okay, and also there is a public void set scholar, so we have a mutator method here. And so if we want to go ahead and put in the information for scholar, we're going to go ahead and do that. We're going to pass s in there. Okay, all right, so it's time for you to answer this question. Let me take you to slide 28. There you go. Pear Deck is now ready for you. Let's go ahead and answer this question. And then just so you can see, I'm going to go ahead and take you over to this part so you can look at the code again. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to head over there to Pear Deck to see what your answers look like. So I have 86 responses so far. Let's go ahead and look at the responses. Ooh, wow. Everybody is kind of evenly distributed over here, huh? Alrighty. All right, guess who wins, guys? Everybody is trying to change their answers now. Okay. Yay, yay, yay. Okay. So, guys, the correct answer is actually 2 only. The correct answer is C, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and move on to my slide. So if you notice over here with the constructor for student, we have an age for all the students. But for scholar, it is null. That means we don't have anything for scholar. And only when the student provides their information and scholar is of the object person, right? So if you look at the class person, there's just a name pretty much, right? And because this is a counseling office and we're collecting responses to a survey anonymously, we're not going to ask students for their name, right? And so that's why if the student provides us with their name, right? If we have the scholar object, then we're going to print it. But if we don't have it, then we're not going to print it. And that's okay, right? Because we're going to skip this whole thing and just print the age. And we'll just have a data of how old the student was when they answered the question, right? So what we need to have is if the scholar is not equal to null, the second one. So guys, listen. Null means there is no memory address. Okay? There's nowhere to go. So the first one is saying if scholar dot equals null. Well, null is not a variable. So if you try and open null, there's nothing in there. So you cannot compare the content of null. So remember how we talked about dot equals compares the content? The word null itself, it just means no address, so you can't compare anything. Yes, Rashi, and if you want to say a dot equals and then put anything inside the parentheses with the quotation marks, yes, that works, okay? But not for this code, okay? Shavita, if scholar, no, because the variable scholar is always going to be there. Because if you look at the class, you see private person scholar, it's always here. It's already been declared, okay? So, you know, yeah, we can't use that one. So Harry, yes, your question to answer that one. Yes, it will not be null because there is a memory address because we have created this person object, right, Harry? And then I just explained why 1 is not correct, right? Because null is a memory address, not a variable, so you can't put that in the parentheses, okay? And then the reason why the third one is not okay is because you're going to try and get the name of the scholar, right? And again, null just means that there's no memory address, and that's why you can't compare it with anything, okay? So the only correct answer is 2, right? So if you wanted to fix number 3, you could have said something like scholar.get name is, because remember, get name returns a string, and you can't really compare that with null, right? Yes, Jack, that's what's going to happen, okay? So on the second one, what's happening is it's just asking if the memory address for scholar is not equal to nothing, which means there is some kind of memory address there that we can go to. And if there is, that probably means that there's an object that's there with the scholar's name in it, right? And if the name is there, meaning the address is not null, then we're going to go ahead and use that name. Okay? All right, so we're going to move on, okay? So let's go ahead and check in over here. I'm going to go ahead and give you the next slide deck. Okay, thank you. Yeah, the chat is slowing me down a little bit. Thank you so much for doing that. So let's go ahead and write how you are feeling right now. I'm going to give you about a minute and then I'll go check. Okay, so let's go into Pear Deck to see what you guys are saying to me right now. 44 responses. Okay, that was weird. Suddenly your responses are not there. Okay, I am pretty chill. Okay, awesome. Feeling good. I like it. We will. Objects are weird. Yes. Yay. My favorite response. Bad. Nope. Oh, okay, wait. Bad means you're feeling bad, but nope. Okay. All right. Yes. We will do more. Okay. Smiley face. Still confused. So this question over here, can you please post it in the discussion? Because if you need more clarification, I just want you to, the first thing you got to remember is equals to parentheses means you're comparing what's in there, whatever is inside the object. And equals usually means we're checking memory address, except when we're talking about primitive types. Okay, but I think you're still a little bit confused. So ask this in the discussion underneath. Okay, the Q&A under the Vimeo website. Okay, and then I'll go ahead and have Mr. Tejas answer, or maybe I can answer, but when I tried earlier, I couldn't type anything in there. So anyways, all right, we'll move on now. Not good is not good. Okay. Typecasting, okay. All right, so I'm getting all your comments. Okay. All right, guys. All right, I'll go ahead and pick up the pace for you. Let's move on. Oh no, what happened here? I'm gonna close this. All right, so now we're moving on to iterations, okay? So hopefully that's helpful for you. So looking at unit 4 iteration, we can see a comparison between if statements and while loops, right? So we used to have if, and then if the conditional is correct inside the if statement, then we're gonna go ahead and do something, right? A while loop looks kind of similar, except instead of the word if, we're gonna put while, and then there's a Boolean expression, right? And then we're going to do something. But in between in red, there are some things that you have to do. For example, initialize the loop control variable, right? So you'll see what that means. And then you have to test the loop variable. And after you do something, you have to change the loop variable. How does that look like? It looks like this. We have a counter that's equal to 0. So the counter gets 0. And what we have done here is initialize the loop control variable. While counter is less than 5, we are testing the loop variable here. We're going to print loop and then plus the counter itself. Counter is a variable, so whatever number is inside this variable is going to be printed here. And then once we do that, we're going to go counter plus plus, which means we're going to change the loop variable. Okay, and we have to change it, right? So let's see what happens with this line of code, okay? So first, counter is 0, and then we check the condition. 0 is less than 5, and that's true. So then we're going to go ahead and print loop with the counter, which is 0, and then we have to add 1 to the counter. So counter is now 1. Okay, so now we have to check the condition again. Is 1 less than 5? That is correct. So we're going to go ahead and print out loop with the 1. We're going to add 1 to the counter, check the condition again, print it out, add 1 to the counter, check the condition again, print it, add 1 to the counter, check the condition again, print it, add 1 to the counter, which gives you 5. Is 5 less than 5? No, it is not, which means we are done with the while loop. We no longer meet the condition, so we're going to skip everything in between the curly braces. And so as a result, what will be printed on your console would be all of that that's highlighted, okay? So then it's time for you to solve another problem in slide 50. That was a lot of slides, right? Just to explain one little concept. So let's go to Pear Deck. I'm going to give you about a minute. Let's go ahead and solve it, and then I'll check your answer. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and move over to Pear Deck to see what your answers look like. What prints as a result of this code, right? All right, let's go in there. Who is this over here? Yes. Yes, this is never ending, right? This is an infinite loop, okay? The specific name is an infinite loop. So it would go on and on and on and on and on and on and on forever, okay? And the reason for this, okay, look, how many times did you type this in? Okay, yes, yes, okay? So you're going to have an error. your computer is just going to stop, right? Okay, so it's going to just keep going. And the reason for this, guys, yes, this one right here, you never increment your counter, right? So I'm going to go back to my screen. As you can see, we just talked about how we need to initialize the loop control variable, test it, and then we have to change the loop variable. And so we're missing this bottom part where we are adding 1 to the counter, right? So over here, after we print, we don't change the counter ever, which means our counter is forever 0, which means a 0 is always less than 1. So we're going to print this out forever. Good answer, guys. Okay, so now let's move on to the next question. And I'm going to go ahead and give you a minute to respond to that question right there. What is printed as a result of executing the code segment? Okay, guys, so let's move on. Let me see what you got in there. All right, guys, so I found my correct answer. The correct answer is 0, 3, 0, 3, 0 with a space in between, okay? So let's go ahead and think about why, okay? So our integer k is 0. We have initialized our counter. And now while k is less than 10, so that means we're starting from 0, probably going all the way to 9, okay? First, we're going to print k mod 4. So this is the part where I'm going to say, hey, you guys need to know what mod means, okay? So if you want to find out what mod is, you can go ahead and ask the question under Vimeo right there. And basically what it means is k mod 4 means k divided by 4. What is the remainder? Right? So if k is 0, then 0 divided by 4 is 0, and the remainder is also 0. So k mod 4 is going to give you a 0. That's why we're printing the 0, and then, of course, there's a space, right? Now, if k mod 4 is 0, right? So, guys, remember how you guys were confused about the dot equals and the equal equal sign? Don't forget, right now, we're using the equal equal sign, and there's nothing wrong with it. The reason why there's nothing wrong with it is because k is a primitive type. So when you have a primitive type, we don't store primitive types somewhere else. Wherever the variable is, right there, the primitive type is just there. You open up the box and the 4 is inside the box. Versus when you have an object, you open up the box and the box tells you, hey, go to this address to find the object. Okay, and that's why we're just using equals equals. Okay, so k mod 4 is going to give me a 0, and 0 is equal to 0, and this is totally fine. Okay, and because it means the condition, we're going to go k equals k plus 3, so 0 plus 3 is 3. Else, who cares about the else, right? We're not leftovers. We actually met the requirement. So now k is 3. Okay, and so k is still less than 10, so we have to repeat this again. We're going to print 3 mod 4. So if you remember, mod means remainder. 3 divided by 4 is 0, and our remainder is 3. So that means it's 3. So we're going to print out 3 and then a space. Now, 3 mod 4 is not equal to 0, right? So forget about the if statement. Let's go to the other section, okay, where the rest of the people go. So since k mod 4 is not 0, we're just going to add 1 to our 3. So 3 plus 1 is 4. Okay, let's look at the condition. 4 is still less than 10, so we're going to print out 4 mod 4, which means 4 divided by 4, the answer is 1, and our remainder is 0, right? So we're looking for remainder. So we have to print the 0 and then a space, right? And then k mod 4 is 0, so we're going to add 3 again. So 4 plus 3 is 7. 7 is still less than 10, so we print it out again. 7 divided by 4, and then the remainder is 3. So we have to print out the 3 and then a space. Because mod 4 is not equal to 0, we're going to add 1 again, right? So now we have 8. And then we keep doing this, right? So your answer is going to be 0, 3, 0, 3, 0. And after 8, we have to stop. Because 8 mod 4 is remainder is 0. And then because we meet the requirements here, the conditional, we're going to go ahead and add 3 to 8, and k becomes 11, and you can check the condition afterwards. 11 is definitely not less than 10. So we are going to be done with this while loop, okay? All right, so how are you feeling so far? I'm hoping that if you understood this question, you'll give me some yays, and I hope this is satisfying your thirst for multiple choice questions. Although I'm making you type everything out, these are in the form of multiple choice questions on your tests. So I'm going to give you about a minute, and then I'm going to go ahead and check your responses. All right, let's move on. Good, I understand. Okay, stress. Yay, yay. Pretty pog. Pog. I don't know what that means. I'm not cool. All right, just the last one. Yeah, I know. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, so you can get a copy of the slide CD, okay, whoever said this one. So you'll be able to get the screenshot. Yes, the APCS reference guide is provided to you whether you're taking the digital test or the in-person test. Dun, dun, dun! Yeah, I know. The mod thing is a little bit confusing. I only pick questions where I feel like the students are going to find things tricky, okay? So if you're here thinking, oh no, why is she not doing this or that? Don't worry, I got you, okay? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, this is too much. Hey, overload, overload. Awesome. Oh, shoot, no. Rewatch the video. Yay, yeet. That's good. Last one is supposed to be the easiest one. Actually, yes, everything is confusing, but when you trace the code, everything's gonna be okay. Ooh, yeah, writing loops, not that difficult, don't worry. Yay, yay. Okay, so I have to answer this one because everybody's asking the same question over and over again. So you have string X is hello. So this is a reference, right, to X. So we have a memory address for X here. We have string Y is hello. And so we have another memory address for Y, right? So X dot equals Y. Yes, that's going to work. And this is going to say true. Now, if you are asking X equals Y, this is going to say false because these two do not have the same memory address. Are we good here? Oh, man. Thank you. You are so awesome, whoever you are. Thank you. Yay, yay, yay. Oh, no. Okay, so the while loop didn't keep going because you gotta remember K had to stop. Okay, let me go back. K had to stop. At one point, it says while K is less than 10. And remember, we keep adding 3 or 1 to the K every single time. When we divide by 4 and write the remainder, K doesn't turn into the remainder. K is still K. K is still 7 or 8 or 0 or 1. Okay? And so we keep adding to K until we realize, hey, 11 is not less than 10. So we got to stop now. Okay? I hope that answered you. Oh, yeah. Thank you for answering. Yay. I'm glad you responded. Dun, dun, dun. What's this? How do you create the or statement? The two straight lines. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, no. Dun, 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 dun. Oh. Dun, 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 dun. Yes, you're going to get videos, I think. Ask Mr. Tehaz Bahartis. Okay, I'm going to stop reading, you guys. Okay, let's go. So now we have to look at the for loop. Wasn't there a question from somebody saying, I don't know how to write a for loop? Well, welcome to my session, right? So here you go. We're going to figure this out. All right. So a for loop is just like the while loop. It's just that we want to be efficient. So we're going to just put all 3 things in one line, okay? So remember how we initialize the control variable, and then we test the condition, and then we change the variable every single time? Well, in a while loop, all of those were in different lines of code. But with for loop, we're going to put them all together in one line. Ta-da! Okay, so let's see what happens here. Okay, so here's the code. Counter is 0. Okay, so 0, counter is 0. And we're checking the condition. So 0 is less than 5. So then now we go straight inside the curly braces to print out loop 0. And then we're going to go back up in there, right? So the order is a little bit off. And then we're going to add 1 to the counter. So counter is now 1. Then instead to the very first section of the parentheses, we're going to go back to the middle to check the condition. Is 1 less than 5? Yes, it is, right? Okay, so we're going to have to go inside the loop, and we're going to print out loop 1. We're going to go back to the third part of the parentheses, and we're going to add 1 to the counter. So counter is now 2. Let's check the condition. Is 2 less than 5? Yes. So we're going to print it. So now we're going to go to the third part again. So you start right here in the beginning part when your counter is 0. But then once you start going into the for loop, you keep going by checking your condition, then adding the counter, checking the condition, and adding the counter. You keep just going to these 2 things after the very first step, okay? So right now the counter is at 3. And so now it's time for us to check the condition that's in the middle. It's true, 3 is less than 5. So we're going to go ahead and print it out. All right, so again, now we're adding 1 to the counter again. So counter is 4. Yes, 4 is less than 5. We're checking the condition right now. So duh, we're going to print it again. All right, so then let's check the condition again. Counter plus plus. So we have a 5. Counter is now 5. Now we have to check the condition again, okay? Is 5 less than 5? Oh, no, it ain't. It's the same. 5 is equal to 5, not less than 5. So that's false, right? Now, because my condition is not met, we're going to exit the for loop, and therefore, we're going to have only these highlighted things printed in our console. So then it's time for a question. Have you been paying attention? Let's change your slide to slide 73. There you go, guys. Let's go ahead and answer. I'll give you 1 minute and I'll come back. Okay, guys, so let's go ahead and move on to your responses. Let's see what you got there. Only 70 responses, but you know, I can't read all of them, so I'll try my best. Oh, I got my answer. The correct answer in the first one, I think. 0, 3, 5, 6, 9, 10, 12, 15, 18. All righty. Yes, this is the correct answer. The very first one. Okay, guys. So let's try and understand why this is the correct answer, though. Okay. All right. So if you look at this over here, we have two numbers, and the method is print num 20, comma 5. So num1 is going to take 20 as an argument, and num2 is going to take 5 as an argument, right? Okay. So look at this for loop. We're starting with 0, and then the condition that we have to meet is that I, which is 0, is less than num1, which is 20. So I is less than 20, 0 is less than 20. So we're going to go inside the for loop, right? So we go in. The if statement says if I mod num2 go to 0. Again, this time the 2 equal sign is okay because we are using the primitive int type, right? And that's totally okay. We can compare the actual numbers with that one. So 0 divided by num2, which is 5, is going to be 0, but your remainder is also 0. So yes, it meets the requirement. We don't even have to check the second part because we already know this is an or statement, okay? So this is going to return true no matter what. So we don't want to waste time. Don't even check the back. We're just going to print it. So what are we printing? The 0 and then a space, okay? Now we have to go back up over here, the third part of the parentheses, and we have to add 1 to the I. So I is now 1. Let's check the condition. 1 is still less than num1, which is 20. So we're going to start the if statement again. So 1 divided by num2, which is 5, is 0, and our remainder is 1. So it doesn't meet this requirement. What about this one? 1 mod 3 is going to be 0, and the remainder is 1 again. So it doesn't meet both requirements. We're not going to print anything, right? Okay, so then now we're going to go back and add 1. So if I explain this all the way to 20 is going to take forever. So let's just kind of use common sense. If you want to divide by num2, which is 5, and get a remainder 0, that means we can only put in multiples of 5. So 0, 5, 10, 15, but we cannot go up to 20 because look, I has to be less than 20, num1. So we're going to have to print out 0, 5, 10, 15. And then we also have to print out those I mod 3. If the remainder, when you divide by 3, is going to be 0, it's all the numbers that are in multiples of 3. So it's going to be 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, and 18, right? And of course, we're going to go through all these numbers in order. That's why when you type it out, it's all going to be like this in this order. Okay? All right. So I hope that helped you. Let's move on. So then here's your next question, guys. Next question. I'm going to give you a minute, and then we're going to go over those. All right, guys, so I'm going to go check your answer. I don't know if I'm going too fast. Let me just wait a little bit longer. So the cool thing about having the chat off is that we're not going to go that slow because I can just move on. But the bad thing about not having chat on is I don't really know how everything's going. So if you guys could just go ahead and type comments in the Q&A section, and then hopefully Tejas, my TA, would message me. Okay, so I am going over there to see what your answers look like. Ooh, only 34 responses. Let me just wait a little bit longer. All right, I'm gonna check now. Ooh, 47 responses. Let's see what's going on here. That was not nice. All right, so I found my correct answer. Uh-oh, there's a lot of numbers over there, right? So yes, the correct answer here is, uh-oh. 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 How do people do this really fast? Okay, we'll talk about that. Okay, but in the meantime, the correct answer is this one right here, 2, 10, 18. So that's what needs to be printed out, okay? So then now let me switch over to explain to you how to get this done, okay? So first of all, we are trying to call assigned group 30, okay? And so what we are doing is passing through 30 as an argument where it says class size. Okay, so we have a variable called group 1, group 2, and group 3, and all of them have apparently 0 in it. Okay, now we're starting our for loop, and we are not starting our variable counter k at 0. We're actually going to go ahead and start at 1. And the condition is that this number has to be less than the class size. So I'm guessing this has to do with like a teacher trying to assign students into groups, and there's 3 different groups. And then every single time we're going to add 1 to the k because we have to make sure we change our counter so that at some point our for loop would stop, right? So again, here's our favorite mods. The reason why I have so many mod questions here is because most students are very confused with this mods, okay? So k mod 3 equals 0. Again, if you want to divide a number by 3 and get your remainder as 0, you know that the only numbers that are going to go into group 1 is going to be multiples of 3. But then look at this. This is an and statement, not an or statement. So this is different from the previous question. This one says and then k mod 5 equals 0. That means only multiples of 5 because those remainders are 0. Right? Okay, so but then this is an and statement. So if you want to have multiples of 3 and multiples of 5, that basically means 3, 6, 9, 12 is not going to go in here. But then 15 will, because look, 15 mod 3 is 0, and 15 mod 5 is also 0. So basically, to be in group 1, k has to be multiples of 15. So that will give you 15 and then 30. That's it. So there's only 2 people. So group 1 plus plus. Okay. So what about all the other numbers that didn't cut it in here? Well, the next if statement says k mod 3 equals 1. So you're going to divide this number by 3 and your remainder has to be 1. So obviously, when you start with 1, the very first number is going to go here to group 2. You're going to add 1 to group 2, right? So then once you understand that 1 goes in there, because 1 divided by 3 is 0 and our remainder is 1, starting from that point, we can just add 3 every single time. So the number 1 and then 4 and then 7 and then 10 and then 13 and so on and so forth. All of them will go in here, but okay, numbers such the other numbers that already got caught on top will not go in here, but we don't have to worry about that right now. So if you add all those numbers, how many numbers are in 2? It's going to add up to be 10 of them, okay? And then all the remaining numbers are going to go into group 3. Now remember, we're starting from 1 all the way to class size, including the number 30. That means there are 30 kids, right? So when you write your answer, right, you have to make sure that when you add the 2 and the 10 and the 18 together, it adds up to be 30. Okay, so I hope that helped you. And so, of course, I'm going to go ahead and ask you again how you're feeling so far. Let's go ahead and be courteous online, okay? All right, I'll give you about a minute, and then I'll take a look at your responses. All right, guys, so let's go ahead and switch over. Oh, okay. Next time I'll try and, starting from now, I'll give you a little bit more time because it's kind of important. All right. You're welcome. Thank you for the positive comments. Yes, polymorphism and inheritance, but I just have to make sure that I time myself, okay? We're gonna do all this stuff. Doesn't the last question need an else if for group two work? That's where I got confused. The last question need an else if for group two work. No, you don't need an else if. You can also use an else if, but you know, it would be the same thing, okay? Because whatever didn't get caught with the first if statement will get caught on the second if statement, okay? Okay, I'll go ahead and do that for you now because the questions are starting to get more complicated. Yes, you do. Okay, yeah, I love the yays, guys. So when the first number is smaller than the second number, you know that your answer is going to be 0, and then whatever the first number was, that's your remainder. So if you only have if you have 3 candies and you have to share with 4 people, everybody gets no candies and you have a remainder of 3. So the answer is 0 and your remainder is 3. Got it? The FRQ section, there's 4 questions on it, right? So I'll talk about that when the time comes. Yay, sad. Oh no. Okay. I will slow down for the responses. All right. Thank you so much. It's supposed to be 2 ifs and an else. Okay. All right. Thank you for the emojis. Uh-oh. Yeah. So when I go over the response, well, you know what? I'll try and put in a 5-minute break. Okay. Harder ones. Yay. I like the yays. Good is good too. All right. So guys, if you just focus and then, everything will be okay. All right. Yay, yay, yay. It's really cool. Pretty confused is really sad for me, but that's okay. Ask questions. And then I know our awesome Mr. Baharti will answer. Uh-oh. Please ask this question under the Vimeo site, the whatever website that you have the Q&A, and I know somebody will answer you for that. Whew, I'm thinking I could. We'll try, okay? Awesome, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, listen. The first if statement already caught the k value, and we're going through k starting from 1 all the way through 30. So 1 will find its correct spot. So 1 does not belong in the first if statement. So it's gonna look at the next if statement and say, oh, I belong here, and then just drop into group 2, right? And because we already met all that, we're just gonna add the counter and k becomes 2, and then we're going to go through the if statements again. And the first one, the 2 cannot go in there. It doesn't satisfy the condition. So it's going to look at the second if statement and be like, oh, can I go in here? Let me see. Okay, so the 2 would be like, can I go in here? And it'll be like, no, because my remainder is 2. So then I'm like, okay, I'm a 2. I better go into the else section where it says group 3. So you see what I mean? And then after the number 3 finds this group, then now we add 1 to the k, so now we are in 4. And now 4 is going to start from the top and go down and find its group. The first one is not the right group, so 4 is like, okay, I'm a remainder 1, so I belong here in group 2, and then we add 1 to group 2, okay? It's just a lot of practice. All right, a lot of spamming here. Nested for loops, yes, we have to when we talk about 2D arrays at the end, okay? I get a bit overwhelmed. I know, me too. We're looking at the length of the slides. Don't worry. Oh, at the lengthy code. Okay, mindset is really everything, guys. When I couldn't join you guys, when Miss Marcy Boyd was here, my hands were shaking and I couldn't type anything correctly. I was like typing my mentor and I couldn't spell anything correctly. I didn't know what I was doing wrong. And then I just found out that I just didn't log in correctly, right? So it's like the dumbest thing ever. But when you get overwhelmed and you look at a task, you can't do it, even though it's like the easiest thing, like writing your name, right? Because you're so nervous, your body cannot, process what's going on. So the number one thing is just stay calm and just go into the exam saying, hey, I studied all this stuff, I watched the video, and everything's going to be okay. You're just a little bit off. Okay, so then you're okay. You just have to go through the code slowly. Okay? Okay. All right, so maybe I should start reading all these comments. No. Group 1 plus 2 plus 3 is supposed to be 30, okay? Because the if statements, it catches all the numbers, okay? Yeah. Wait, 30. Where was 30? So 30, K is less than or equal to class size. So yes, we are going to go through the for loop for the 30. And 30 is actually divisible by 3 and 5. So it goes into group 1. 30 goes into group 1. There's only two things in group 1, which is 15 and 30. Okay? Whew. We are not going to go over recursion and sorting algorithms. This is a very small portion of the test. So if you understand everything else, you're going to be able to pass. Okay? So I chose not to do this. Thank you so much for the compliments. Okay, guys, so the multiple choice, please remember, spend about 2 minutes on each question. And if you think you're going to take longer, you got to skip it. You got to give up on it. Okay, thank you. The multiple choice questions on this practice parallel those on the test. In difficulty, yes. So I haven't picked super easy questions for you that I normally do on my 1 hour CRAM sessions. I'm trying to pick some difficult ones so that way if you are done with the session and you understand everything, you're going to be okay. Okay, so it's not 20 because don't forget the very last one, is not going to include 15 and 30 because 15 and 30 already got caught in the first group. Okay. All right. So I'm sorry, but I have to move on now. Okay. So let's move on to unit 6 array because, as we go more towards the back, it gets more and more difficult. Okay. So array basics. An array is an object. So the array in itself is an object. So this is now where we have to think about, okay, we have to use dot equals and not equal, two equal signs, okay? When we want to compare what's inside the object, okay? And then the element, this is just vocabulary words, right? So an element is just one value in the array. And an index is basically the location, okay? It starts with 0, and then we look at the index. We have from 0 all the way to 9, and there's like 10 items in here. And so the name of this array is called value, and index 0, the value is 12. You see that? At index 4, the value is 5. At index 9, the value is 3. So this is some basic stuff. All right, so when you want to declare an array and you want to instantiate an array, okay, by the way, instantiating an array means you attach a memory to this array, okay? It doesn't mean that you have stuff inside the array or anything. That's when you initialize, okay? So instantiate means you attach a memory to the array. So the thing about arrays is that the size is established at the time of creation and you cannot change it. Okay, now here's the cool thing about arrays. You can store primitive data or objects, but we don't just say objects because when you look at the array and you open up the box, the object is not there. All it has is the reference data, meaning the address. It tells you where to go to find the object. Okay, all right. So here's the syntax, okay? If you want to go ahead and declare and instantiate an array. So this is the syntax. And so here's an example. We're going to use integer primitive types inside the array. We're going to call this array numbers. And we're going to create a new array. And in this array of integers, there's going to be 10 elements in there or 10 values in there. Are we good? All right, so how do you initialize an array? Initializing means you actually put numbers or objects or strings, whatever it is you want to put in this array, okay? When an array is created using the keyword new, all of its elements are initialized with a specific value based on the type of elements, okay? So when you initialize an array and you say, we're going to have 10 elements in there. If you have created an array with type int, all of the values automatically get a 0. If it's a double, they all get 0.0. If it's a Boolean, they all get false, okay? Now, if you have an object, any kind of object, right? Elements of a reference type are initialized to the reference value null. Ooh, here's that null again. Oh, it means there's nothing, okay? So no address, because there's no address for you to go to find the object, okay? So no objects are automatically created. Null, there's no memory address, okay, guys? So hopefully by now, you understand what null means. Okay, let's move on. If you want to access an element, you have to use the square bracket. Okay, if you want to change anything in an array, you gotta use the square bracket. Okay, so the index values go from 0. You always start with 0, and then the very last one is going to be 1 less than however many stuff is in the array. Okay, so going back. See over here, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 elements, but your index starts from 0 all the way to 10 minus 1, which is 9. This is really important on the AP test, whether it's an FRQ test or a multiple choice test. Okay. So here's another demonstration. The length of the array is 6. That means there's 6 numbers in here. But then, as you can see, the index starts at 0. And of course, the last index is at 6 minus 1, which is 5. All right. So you have to use iteration statements, which means while loops, for loops, right? In order to go through all the stuff, all the elements in an array. And this is called traversing the array. Now, don't forget what I just said. The indices start at 0, and then the very last index is going to be the number of elements minus 1. And this is a key thing that you have to remember. It definitely shows up on the AP test, okay? Off by 1 errors are easy to make, and you're going to get this array index out of bounds exception. And this is really important for you to remember whether you're doing the FRQ test or the multiple choice test. So here's your next question, just to see if you were paying attention. Consider the following method, which is intended to return the index. Okay, so we are not returning. So guys, in case you don't know, there's a difference between returning something and not returning something, a void method, right? So it's kind of like when you do homework. I told you to do some homework. I said, take notes so you're ready for the AP test. And you know what my students do? There are many kinds of students. Some students don't do anything at all, but let's not talk about that. Okay, some students do all the work. And so if they do the work, that would be a void method because they did what I told them to do, right? But then they didn't turn in the homework, right? So they don't get a grade because they didn't turn it in. But if it was a void method, if turning in homework was a void method, this child would not be in trouble because they did it. Now, returning the homework means, okay, returning means that you are actually doing all the homework and then you submit it to Miss Choi, okay? So that's what returning means, okay? So this method is going to turn in the homework. It's going to turn in something. It's doing something and then it's turning in something, okay? And what is turning in is the index of one local maximum value. Okay, in an array. So we have to look at this array and find the local maximum. Local maximum values, what are they anyways? They are array elements that are greater than both adjacent array elements. Okay, what does that mean? I don't know. So if you don't understand, it's okay, just keep reading. The first and last elements of an array have only a single adjacent element, so neither the first nor the last array element is counted by this method. I'm still confused, that's okay. If there is no local maximum, the method returns -1. I think I get that part. If there's none of this, okay, we're going to submit -1. But then the reason why I said you can keep going is because there's always a for example. For example, an array containing the values all of these has 2 local maximum values at index 1 and 5. So the method can return either 1 or 5. So let's see, what is at index 1? 0, 1. Hey, at index 1, I see a 9. To the left of 9 is 3, which is smaller than 9. To the right of 9 is a 7, which is also smaller than 9. What about index 5? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, look. Here's another number, 12. To the left is smaller than 12. To the right is smaller than 3. But if I look at any other number, like for example, 4, 7, and 10 are both bigger than 4. So I think now I understand what local maximum means. The 2 numbers next to me has to be smaller than me. And that's what I was trying to read over here. And then, of course, this sentence over here, the first and last element have only a single adjacent element. So I get it. 3 only has one partner on the right. So the first one or the last one cannot ever be a local maximum because we got to compare the left and the right. Okay, so here comes your question. What slide is this? 83. I'll give you more time this time, okay? All right, so let's go ahead and start. I'll give you, okay, this time I'll give you 2 minutes to mimic the time that you have on the actual AP test. Okay, guys, I was being patient. Now let's take a look at your answers, okay? So we're just looking for the missing loop header over here. I explained the question in detail, I think. 89 of you responded. So the answer over here is going to be, okay, good job, you guys. So most of you got the correct answer, and the correct answer is E. Okay, so because remember, we are checking not index 0 because the first one we don't have to check. We know it's not the peak, right? So we're checking from the second element, which is at index 1. And then we're going to go all the way through the second one from the last because this one doesn't have an equal sign, right? So P is less than nums.length minus 1 means you have to stop at nums.length minus 2, right? So the last one, the very last index is nums.length minus 1, right? But then we don't care about the very last one because that would never be the local maximum, right? So we're going to stop one before that, okay? So E is the correct answer, okay? So good job, you guys, all right? So again, if you look at the code, we have a for and then it's checking to see if the number before nums p is smaller and the number after p plus 1, so that's the number that's after the index, has to be smaller than the number And if that is true, we're going to return P. But we went through everything, every single element, and we found out that there was no local maximum anywhere. Like, for example, the numbers were in order from like 0 to 20, or like from 20 all the way to 0. Then there will be no local maximum, so we'll just have to return -1. Okay, good job, you guys. And now here's your next question. Okay, so I'm giving you questions back to back. And I'm going to go ahead and respect, again, the timing. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes. Okay, ready, go. All right, guys, so let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on in Pear Deck. What is happening here? Are we returning anything? Yes, we are, because we're returning a string. Okay, good. We are returning elements in array reverse. Yes, wait, did my method name give it away? Yes, I said reverse. Until the index is less than less than integer beginning. No. Let's see. Reverses the strings before index big in an array. I need a little bit more specifics over here. Before index big. Okay. It will add the string element of the array words at index 1. After big becomes greater than 1, they will print the final reverse string. No, returns a string array reverse for a beginning number of characters. If beginning is 1 and words in hello, hi there, the method returns their hi. Oh, yeah. Okay, this person got it right. Okay, so I'm going to start right here. Okay, so sorry, I got a bit excited over it. All right, so basically you're starting from the back. And if big is 1, just like the student said, then we need to stop at index 1. So if we have an array like hello, hi there, we have 0, and then hi is at index 1. So we're starting from the back there, and then we're going to print hi, and then we're going to stop right there. So if big is 2, then we're just going to print there. Okay? All right. So yes, it does return the array of words in reverse. But the key thing is that it says that while I is greater than or equal to big. So you stop right at big, whatever that index is. So big was supposed to be short for beginning. I should have said start index. And I just want you to know that in case you guys are questioning the questions that I'm giving you, what I do is I look at previously released test questions. And so these questions are questions that you have to know. And what I do is I select a code and I'm like, okay, so I see what College Board is wanting you to know. And so I would look at that code and investigate where students will make easy mistakes. And I just focus on those things right here. Okay. All right. So put your mind at ease. If you understand all the questions so far, then you're going to be good. If you got the questions wrong, but now you understand how to do them, you're still going to be good. Oh, of course. I'm going to ask you this question. Hurry up and answer fast. And then go use the restroom, take a little break, okay, while I go through all the questions and answer them. For this one, I'm only going to give you 30 seconds, okay, because it seems like a lot of the students are asking me similar questions, right? Again, don't forget there's a Q&A section under the Vimeo, right? And those questions and answers would stay forever. This one in Pear Deck goes away fast. Okay, guys, so we're going to go ahead and take a break for a little bit. You can go ahead and feel free to answer these questions. I'll go ahead and give you about 5 minutes to go take your bio break, okay? So it is 4:45 Pacific time or 7:45 Eastern time. So we'll start again at 4:50. But as you take your bio break, I'll go in and take a look at your responses, okay? All right, guys. So let me just go ahead and take a look at what you have here. 55 responses. Let's see. Oh, I know. All right, good, good. All right, so guys, it looks like Fiveable, the website is having some problems. So we're gonna wait about 3 minutes and then go ahead and see what's going on. Okay, a little more confident. That's good. That's what I want you guys to, after this session, feel a little bit better about your situation than before you came here. Okay. Wouldn't the method also display the stuff under the index? Not under the index of big. You're going to stop right there at the beginning index. Okay. Because if you look at the code, it says that you stop right here while the index is greater than or equal to beginning. So I starts at the very end, the very last index, and then as long as the index is greater than or equal to the beginning index, we're going to keep adding the word, and then we're going to subtract I, right? So we're starting from the back and going towards the front. And then when I is equal to the beginning index, that's where we stop, okay? Yeah, just out of bounds just means if you have like 10 elements, you just stop at 9, okay? So I see that you're trying to respond to me right here, okay? Yeah, so it equals the beginning index. Yes, yes. So you're going to stop right there. You print out the word at the beginning index, and then that's the last word that prints out. Are we good? Okay, awesome. Then why wouldn't you then why would you say I is less than beginning? I'm so sorry if I said that, but if you look at the code, it says I is greater than or equal to beginning index, okay? I apologize if I mispronounced what I said. Sorry, my bad. Okay. All right, feeling great. Yay, yay, yay. I love yay, yay, yay. Yes, I agree with you. I'll do that. Just right now, we're having some issues with Fiveable, so I'm just using this time to read everything, okay? There is a reference sheet. There's no calculator. Okay, I'll go ahead and try that one more time. Yes, we will go over super. I did read you. Yes, that's my plan for the next 2 hours to work on the FRQ. So I'm going to have to rush through the array list a little bit quickly, okay? Straight lines is right on top of the enter button and below the delete button, and you have to use shift. So it's like the backslash, but you have to click on shift. Yay, yay, yay. Yes, less than 2 minutes for each multiple choice question. Yes, we're gonna do this like super fast. All right, yay, yay is good. No, we aren't doing sorting and recursion because those are a very small portion of your test, okay? And we don't want to spend our precious hours on that. Aha. Thank you for clarifying that, because, you know, I would be feeling sad for you. So beginning is 1. Yes, you're going to now good night, thanks, goodbye. And that's it. Yes. Okay, so this is good. I know. Will K. So that's your name? Cool. Thanks for sharing your name. Yes, we are. That's the plan. Okay. The last 2 hours is what I was planning on, but we're having some hiccups here and there. So we'll still try and do this. Okay. The main strategies for a multiple choice question is you time yourself. You spend all 2 minutes, okay, on the question. And then after you spend your 2 minutes and you realize you don't have the answer and you don't understand, you move on to the next question after selecting any random answer. But if you're taking the test tomorrow, which means taking the paper version, then you're going to wait, just mark it, go back to the next question and come back later if you have time left over. But if you're taking the digital test, you can't go back. So after you spend your full 2 minutes and you realize you have no idea what you're doing, just pick whatever and move on. That's the main strategy. Very important. Thank you so much for your positive comment. I really appreciate you. Okay, so this is, oh no, you cannot see the questions under the live stream. I think you have to sign in. Try again. The site might be crashing right now. All right, hi there. The index out of bounds exception means if there is 10 elements in an array, you can only go from index 0 to 9. If you try and go to index 10 or 11, there's nothing there for index 10 and 11. So it's going to say, there's nothing here. So the computer is going to tell you, we have an index out of bounds exception. That's what it is. Thank you, guys. All right. Yes. Yummy burger is good. Okay. All right, guys. Everyone check what is email from Amanda. Okay. So yeah, this is a good way to also give an update. Okay. So everyone check your email from Amanda about updating while Fiveable is down. This is very important. Okay, guys, the Q&A is breaking the site because you guys are so excited about asking questions, right? So that's what my TA, awesome TA, Ms. Tia is telling me. So if you want to ask questions, please go into Discord. Unfortunately, I am not in Discord, so I won't be able to see it, but that's okay. All right. So let's go ahead and do that. If you want to continue with me, because some good stuff is coming, please make sure you check your email from Amanda. Okay. So now I'm going to resume my session. Okay. Because we need to. All right, so now we're going to we're still looking at Unit 6 arrays, okay? The enhanced for loop is a simpler way to traverse through all the elements of an array. So yeah, we didn't talk about an enhanced loop yet, right? This is also called a for each loop. Remember somebody asked me if we're going to do the for each loop? Guys, if it's a big item on the test, I'm going over it, okay? Just relax and just trust and work hard, okay? All right, so here's a for each loop. Enhanced for loops are simple but not flexible at all. There are some things you cannot do. You can use it when you wish to step through the elements, and it has to be from beginning to last, and you don't have to worry about the index, and you also don't have to worry about index out of bounds exception, okay? So here are some comparisons. With an enhanced for loop, it looks like this. We have an array of primitive type integers is called numbers, and we have all these numbers. So same thing with an index for loop is the same thing, okay? But then if you have an enhanced for loop, you're just going to write 4, and then you see inside the parentheses I highlighted for you, those parts look different. With an enhanced for loop, we're going to say, okay, we're talking about primitive type ints here, so I have to write the type of the element, the data type of the element that I'm talking about. So this is a primitive int. As you can see, -295, -10 are integers, and this is a primitive type, okay? And then we're going to give it a variable. And this, I put X in here, but you can put whatever you want in here. You can put Y, you can put num, whatever you want to put in here. This is what you're going to call it temporarily, okay? And then we have a colon, and then we have to write the name of the array that we're looking at. So the name of the array that we're looking at is numbers, right? Okay, so then what this automatically does is going to start from -2, and then automatically go to 9, then 5, then -10. And it goes through all of that. Is going to follow this code here where it says print X and then a space. So it's going to print -2, 9, 5, -10, all with spaces in between, okay? Now, index for loop, you we already did this, right? You have to start with integer I equals 0. We have to first set up the counter. And then we have a Boolean condition that we have to check every single time. I has to be less than numbers.length. And again, this one, if you put an equal sign over here, then we're going to be in trouble, okay? And then after we do the print statement, then we have to come back and add 1 to the I. And we keep doing this until the very last index. Okay. All right. So here are some things you have to remember. It's impossible to go out of bounds with the enhanced for loop because it's automatic. With the index for loop, you have to be mindful about staying within bounds. You got to make sure this is less than and not equal to, right? And of course, this is when it requires you to use their index. And so that means you can make changes to this array. But with an enhanced for loop, variable X, or whatever you want to call it here, is going to be assigned a copy of an element, just one element at a time without using the index. Okay, which means because we're making a copy to the variable X for every single element, we cannot assign a new value, we cannot delete stuff, we cannot change the values in the array. So there are some limitations with the enhanced for loop. So then here comes your next question in 88. And again, I'm gonna give you, this time, I'm going to give you 1 minute because we have to move on to the FRQ, okay? So let's hurry up, guys. Slide 88, let's go ahead and answer that question. All right, so it shouldn't have taken that long. So let me go take a look at your answer. All right, you got it. Yes. Okay. So if I is less than 0, so remember, this is an enhanced for loop. So I wish I could go down and look at a few more. Maybe I'll try and go down as much as possible and then just pick one from there. And the very first student, I looked at yours, that was the correct answer, right? Isn't it already correct? No, it is not already correct. Okay, there was something wrong. So yes, what you had to remember was you have to say I is less than 0. Okay, so because integer counter is 0 and I is, so we basically know that the data type is a primitive type int, and we created a variable I. So every single element is going to be copied onto this variable I, and we're looking at the array called nums. And so basically if I, that each individual element, if that is less than 0, then we're going to add 1 to the counter. So the only thing that you really had to change was what was inside the if statement. I has to be less than 0. Good job, you guys. So yes, let's move on. So there was a request for me to explain the code a little bit slower. So again, we are creating a variable named counter, and we're going to put in the number 0 as a primitive int inside the variable called counter. And this is an enhanced for loop. So we do have a for loop, but then instead of having all that long stuff that we were looking at earlier, we're just saying, hey, the stuff inside the array is a primitive type int, and I'm going to call it I for now. And we're going to look at the array called nums, whatever is in that array called nums. If I, so not nums I, but if I, because every single element is copied into I, right now, instead of I, what I have is the very first number in the array called num. So let's pretend that number was a 0. So if 0 is less than 0, then we're going to add 1 to the counter. But 0 is not less than 0, so we're not going to add 1 to the counter, right? So then we move on. Let's say the second number was 2. Well, then I is now going to be 2. So now we're checking to see if 2 is less than 0, and it's not, right? Okay, so that's how that works. So then here's a Other question, okay? The following code segment is intended to store a max word count, the greatest number of words found in any page object in the array book pages, okay? So, what does that mean? I don't know. Let's look at the code. We have a public class and it's called page. We know that this is a class name because it has a capital P. We have our attributes, and our attributes are always private, and it's going to be a data type that's a primitive int, and then we're going to call it words. And then look over here, we have a method, public int get word count. So the name of this method is get word count, and the homework that you return is going to be an integer, okay? And what we're doing is we're returning words. Okay, so remember how words over here was an integer, and that's what we're returning. Not everything is shown, but we're gonna move on to the next slide, and I'm also going to change your slide so you can go ahead and start typing in your answer if you want to. So over here, the following code segment is intended to store a max word count, the greatest number of words found in any page. Okay, so if you look at a book, some pages have pictures and stuff, so not too many words out there. And then if you look at some other pages, there's a lot of words in there, right? Okay, so we're looking at all these pages in this page object and in the array called the book pages. Okay, so this array basically has book pages in there. Okay, good. So we have the object page in this array. So this time we don't have primitive types. We're putting in an object, and that object is a page object. Okay, we're gonna call this array book pages. And of course, it's not showing nothing in here because it doesn't want to tell us what's in there for book pages, okay? And then we have an integer, and our variable name is called max word count. And basically what's stored in this variable called max word count is basically we're looking at the book pages array. Remember this one? Yeah. And we're looking at the first index because we always start with index 0, right? So we're looking at that first index. And then from that index, we're going to get the word count, okay? So we're going to figure out how many words are in that page, okay? And then we have a for loop. This is an enhanced for loop, okay? So the data type that we have in each of the array is a page object, and we're going to call this P, and we're going to go through the array called book pages, okay? All right, oopsie. So then we're missing code. So you have to write the missing code so the code segment works as intended, okay? So again, we're looking for the page with the maximum word count. All right, okay, so I'm just giving you 1 minute because I went through the question with you already. Alrighty, guys, let's go ahead and take a look at your responses. 67 responses. Okay, let's see. Okay, so let's see. So what you did was you create a variable called temp, and you got the word count. So yeah, no, this is not going to work because I understand what you're trying to do. You have created a variable. Wait a minute, for page P book pages. So you started copying from the front, or just yes. So it's much better that way. Well, actually, yeah, you can. you can go ahead and do that. So you have created a temp and then you get the word count. So if temp is greater, then max word count is going to be temp. Okay, all right. Yes. Okay, I see what you are doing. So that's pretty good. I just want to find maybe one more. If p dot get word count and with the parentheses, because this is a method, if that one is greater than max word count, then max word count is going to get p dot get word count. Okay, so this is a beautiful answer. So I'm just going to say this is good. Okay. All right. So this would be the correct answer. Good job, you guys. Ha 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 ha. This is also good if this was a FRQ question, but this is actually a question that I picked up from a released multiple choice question. But yeah, and one of the options would be this one right here. Okay, so but that one is okay. All right, so we're gonna move on because we have to. All right, so how are you feeling so far? And again, this time I'm going to give you 30 seconds, but I'm not going to read through everything if you're okay with that, because we really do have to get into the FRQ. And after this, we're doing the array list before we do the FRQ. All right, guys, so let's go ahead and take a look at what you are saying over here. We need 29 responses. So we were focusing on the multiple choice questions right now, and the FRQ is coming up, okay? So I know that I had you type everything, but these are questions that you would see most likely on the multiple choice section. No. So the square bracket is for arrays and the parentheses is for array list. Okay, so we'll go over that after this. Thank you. Oh man, I think there is a break between multiple choice and the FRQs. Yes, there is a break. I know, I'm nervous too. Okay, first one, moving fast. Eat is good. We will talk about inheritance and polymorphism, but I'm going to kind of integrate it into the FRQ, guys, okay? All right, awesome. Yay. I'm so glad some of you are still saying yay. Okay. If P is greater than max word count, no, that would not work because P is the object. And within that object, we got to figure out what the number of words are. So you have to use P dot get word count because P is just an object. But within that object, we got to figure out, how many pages there are. Okay. All right. Okay. So no need for so many check-ins. All right. Let's move on. Okay. So now let's look at array lists. Okay, guys. The array list class is part of the java.util package. So when you are coding, you need to use this import statement, import java.util ** to declare and instantiate an array list. So somebody asked about the parentheses, right, in the check-in. So the array list, and then you have to, when you want to declare and instantiate an array list, you have to say array list because that's what I want. And then you have to tell me what kind of data type you're going to put in there. Give me the name of the array list. And then you're using the keyword new because array list is also an object. And then we're going to create an array list. And then you have to tell me what data type it's going to be again. And then the parentheses over here. Now, if you had an array, there would be a square bracket. And inside the square bracket, you have to say how many elements are going to be in there. But with an array list, the size shrinks and gets big. And so you can just leave it as a parentheses right here. Okay. So then I have a question for you right away for you to answer. And then I'm going to explain a little bit more. Okay. There you go. I'll give you just a minute. This is kind of difficult. All right, so let's take a look at your responses. Oh my goodness. Okay, so this scares me. Okay, guys, so the correct answer here is actually array list years. Okay, so in the slide prior to this, I said you need to say array list and then you have to tell me the data type, right? But if you look at the question again, I want you to notice that the question says we are creating an array list named years that can be used to store elements both of type integer and of type string. So in this array list, we're not just going to put in integers. We're not just going to put in strings. We're going to put in both integers and strings. How can that be? Right? Okay, so what we do with that is we're going to say array list, and then we're not going to put in any type, guys, because we're going to put in all kinds of objects in there. Okay, so the array list is a child of object. Well, you know, you have to cross many parents, right? But in the end, array list is a child. Or somebody was asking about inheritance and super and stuff like that. So just know that array list is a subclass of the object class, which means that in this array list, you can store anything as long as it's an object. You just cannot store anything primitive, right? And that's why if you're going to mix up different kinds of objects in this array list, you cannot write what type it's going to be. You cannot say it's an integer, it's not going to be a string, because if you say integer or string, then only integers can go in there. If you say string, then only strings can go in there, okay? So what we have to do is say, hey, we have an array list. I'm not going to tell you the data type because it's all going to be objects, many different kinds of objects, but we're going to call it years. So A is the correct answer. This is a very tricky question, and I just wanted to make sure that if you show up to my session today, at least you know the difference between an array and an array list, right? With an array list, you can have different data types, and that's okay. It's just that when you declare it, you got to make sure that you don't put in any data types, because if you do, then you can only put that one in there. Alrighty, so I'm hoping that I get more yays when I could see the next check-in. All right, so here's your next question though. Okay, so I want you to give me all the letters. Okay, so for example, you're going to write the letters that correctly applies the statement on the left to the data structure on the right. So if an array is an object, then you're going to type in A. If an array list is also an object, you're going to type in B. If an array is not an object, then you're not going to type in A. You see what I mean? Okay, so just type in all the letters that is true. That's basically what I'm trying to tell you. I'm going to give you just 1 minute because this is just a basic checking for understanding thing. Alrighty, let's look at your answers. All right, so slide 94. Ooh. Uh-oh. Haven't found my correct answer yet. Uh-oh. A, B, C. Uh-oh. A, B, C, E, F, G, J, K. Yay, I found my correct answer. The correct answer is A, B, C, E, F, G, J, K. But of course, it doesn't have any meaning when you're just looking at this screen. So I'm going to go back to this screen to explain to you why the answer is A, B, C, E, F, G, J, K. Okay, so both an array and an array list in itself, they are both an object. That's why A and B are both correct, okay? The parent for an array, I think, was directly an object. And then with an array list, the parent class for an array list, you have to go through a few parents, but then in the end, your very oldest parent would be an object. But anyways, they are both objects. Okay, which one can store primitives? Obviously, only the array. With the array, we can store primitive types like ints and doubles. But with an array list, we can only store objects. So then you cannot put in a D for primitives because array list cannot do that. So if you want to put in integers for array list, you have to cast it to the integer class with a capital I. Okay, so far A, B, C. What can store object references? Both the array and the array list can store object references. Okay, so that's why both E and F is correct. Which one has a fixed size? Obviously just the array, because inside the square bracket, we have to say how many elements are going to be in there from the beginning. Remember that? Yeah. Okay, so now, oopsie. What can change size? Well, an array list can change size, but not an array because it's fixed, right? So therefore, we're just going to write J. And then finally, what requires that the data type of elements be specified? We just solved that problem earlier. And so our answer is only an array. With an array, there's only one data type that we can put in there. So it requires that we put in the data type. But with the array list, if we have more than one data type, then we don't have to, or we cannot put in the data type. Okay? All right, so let's go ahead and continue. So then here's the next slide where you have to answer more questions for me. So again, here are the 6 array list methods that you have to know for the AP exam. Now, if you know more and you want to show off your talents, that's awesome. But remember who's grading your stuff. The teacher that's grading your FRQ might be like, what? Okay, I'm not quite familiar with this. Of course, you know, this teacher probably knows way more than you anyways, and they can look stuff up, okay? But most likely they're just going by what you're supposed to know, right? Okay, so keep that in mind and go ahead and answer these questions for me. So put in the correct letter in order, returns the number of elements in the array list. I already know what that is, right? If I want to know how many elements are in the array list, I'm going to have to use int size. So my first answer would be A. And then which letter belongs in the next one, right? So I'll give you a minute. You have to know all this stuff. This is not difficult. This is basic. All right, guys, so I'm going to go ahead and take a look at your answers. Okay, this one right here. I think almost everybody, because this is like really basic stuff, I think everybody understands what the correct answer is. Good job. So the correct answer is AFEDCB. Okay, so all of these students are all correct. Good job, you guys. Okay, so the key thing that I want to emphasize over here is you add an object to the array list at the end, okay? And then over here, it returns a Boolean value true. So the second one is going to be F, because look, it says Boolean. So that means you're going to return true, and then you're going to add that object at the end, okay? And then let's see what the next thing is that you really have to know. Yeah, the last two, which is C and B. So this one is C, which is set. Okay, so what happens is you're going to go ahead and put that object right in that index. But here's the key thing, it returns what was already there before. Okay, so if there was my name, Miss Choi, in this array list, but now you want to put in your name, Tejas, instead of my name, you're going to say, okay, name.set at index 0, Tejas, right? So when you do that, yes, my name will be gone, and Tejas's name would be replaced. Okay, so Tejas's name will be there where my name used to be. And then at the same time, it tells you that the name that you used to be there is Miss Choi, and that's what it returns. And you can use that for many different things. Same thing with the very last one, which was remove. So when you want to delete something in the array list, some students are hating me today. So if you're hating me and you're like, I'm going to cross off Miss Choi in the array list. Well, that's okay. Go ahead and do it. So then if you're going to do it, let's go ahead and use the remove method. So what happens is when you say name.remove, and then you use the index, and my name is at index 0, let's say, then what happens is, yes, it deletes my name, but at the same time, it returns my name, okay? So that way you know that you deleted me. So if you want to delete something in an array list and then put it somewhere else, all you can do is just use the remove function, and you can just say whatever name of the array dot add, and then use name of the array dot remove whatever. So then you're removing it and at the same time adding it to a new array list, okay? So hopefully that wasn't too confusing. It won't be when you move on over here. So let's take a look a little bit more with the array list. An array list is exactly the same as an array in terms of doing things. We already discussed some differences, right? So we also have an enhanced for loop for an array list, okay? And so of course, since with an array list, we can only store objects, we have to make sure that we don't store primitive ints, but the class object integers, right? And then we just call the variable x. So each of the elements or each of the object is going to be copied onto this variable x. And we're going through the array list called numbers. And then we're just going to print those, okay, with a space in between. Over here, don't forget, remember when we were using arrays, we're using numbers dot length with no parentheses, but now we're using numbers dot size with the parentheses. And then with the arrays, we had to just use a square bracket, but now we have to say the name of the array and then use dot get I in order to get that element. Okay, so same thing, impossible to go out of bounds for enhanced for loops. Variable x is assigned a copy, assigning a new value does not change anything. Okay, so you cannot change values, you cannot delete values with enhanced for loops, okay? But everything else with the index for loop, you can do it, okay? There's more here. When you are using an enhanced for loop and you're trying to change the size of an array list, like, you know, delete something or add something, you're going to have a concurrent modification exception being thrown, okay? So just remember, when you have an enhanced for loop, just don't even think about changing anything. You're just going through it really quick just to count what is there, you know? That's pretty much all you can do, okay? Or just print everything, or just print every other thing, something like that, okay? So with an index for loop, of course you can change the size because that's the whole point of an array list. And deleting an element while you're going through an index for loop becomes a little bit tricky, which is why I wanted to tell you how to do it right here. Okay, when you are removing elements, here are 3 ways to do it. The best way to do it is you go from the back and then towards the front. So if there's 10 items and you want to delete all the negative numbers, you can see in the example here, all these numbers here are positive except for -7, and this one is at index 2. So what you can do is, because this is an array list and it shrinks the size, you start from the back at index 5. So you would say I is equal to, what's the name of this array list? I'll just call it nums. I'll call it nums. So you're going to say nums.size -1. So I is going to start at nums.size -1, which means index 5. And then you go through all of them and you check. If the number is less than 0, and in this case, it is at index 2, then we're going to delete it, right? So if we delete it, this goes away and all these numbers on the right come to the front, right? But that's okay because we already took care of all the numbers in the back. So we just continue moving forward. So that's the easiest way. Now, if you're using a while loop and you're starting from index 0, you're just going to check all the values. And then when we go to index 2, you see how it's a -7. So we're going to remove this. Because we removed this, as soon as I remove this, index 3 comes over here, becomes index 2, and 9 is going to be here where it says index 2. So then I need to make sure that I am only going to move on to the next index if the element is not removed. Over here, because I removed it, I'm not going to move on to the next index. I'm going to stay here because I'm going to be checking the new stuff because now index 2 and negative 7 is gone. So now if I stay in the same spot, I'm still checking index 2, but I'm checking the new index 2, which is going to have the value 9. If you are using a for loop, you're going to decrement high, okay, if it is removed. So you start from 0, 1, and then now you are at index 2. So since index 2 is negative 7, we're going to delete it. And then now we know that we still have a new value. But when you have a for loop, you know how you automatically add 1 and check the next index? So what you have to do is you have to go I minus minus, okay? So that way you go back to where you were and check the new value. So all this talk doesn't mean anything until you see a problem. So there you go. Slide 99. Again, I'm going to give you 2 minutes because this one is easy, but I don't know if you paid attention. Okay, guys, your 2 minutes are up. Let me go ahead and check the other slide. 69 responses. There was only one thing that you actually had to fix, but let me see. Are you guys like trying to fix everything? Wait a minute. How can you fix the code so it works correctly? You just had to add 1 line of code, but let me just see what you guys did. So so this student, the very first one, what this student did was opt for the very first option, which was you just start from the back. My list dot size -1, and then making sure that I is going all the way until it's equal to 0, and then we're subtracting, right? So if mod 2 is equal to 0, you're going to remove it. Okay, so I don't have a problem with this. Okay, so that's beautiful. And then for this student, I think we're still working on this, or well, yeah, we can't just stop here. Let me see. Would that be okay? Yeah, actually, it is okay. So you just change the very first line. So that code is good too. What about over here? The 3 elements in the for loop had to be changed for this to work. Yeah. So integer I is my list.size -1. So this is when you opt to go, oh, this one should say I is greater than equal to 0, and then I minus minus. Okay, good job. So I'm looking for, yes, I was looking for this one right here. Okay, so this is the easiest way if you don't want to rewrite too much. You can also, and all these other responses, you are not wrong, you are right too. Okay, so this is really awesome. But what I was kind of looking for was this one right here. If we are using a for loop, because that was the third thing that I explained to you, right? So if we are going to use a for loop, the moment you remove it, I told you it automatically increments by 1 the index, right? So what I wanted you to do was subtract 1 from the index. So you are still in the same index, but you are now checking a new value. So this was after my list.remove I was hoping that you would put I minus minus. I wonder if there's anybody who decided to just use a while loop and use the second option and rewrite everything. But I think everybody kind of sort of got it. Yes, so I'm very happy. I'm going to move on, okay? So then, of course, I hit you with questions back to back, right? Because we need to practice as many questions as possible today. All right, so let's go ahead and do this. And this is going to take a while, okay? So this is a question that I saw. And of course, the multiple choice question was asking something else. But what I decided was I'm going to go ahead and take this question from the release AP test question. And I'm going to have my students see if they know the difference between an array and an array list. So inside the blue box is a method that combines two arrays into one, right? And what I want you to do is I want you to go ahead and change all of this into an array list. So now your new header would be this one right here, public static, and we have an array list integer. That's what you're returning for homework, okay? And this name is called append, which is the same as here. And then what we're doing is we are connecting two array lists together, array list integer A1, and then another one, array list integer A2, okay? Which is the same thing as down here. It's just that everything was an array here. We have array A1, array A2, and then we combined those two, and then we returned the array combined. So I want you to use the same name like combine. What else? I want you to use the same name A1 and A2. You have no choice because I already gave you the method header over here. Okay, and then yes, if you can, I want you to go ahead and keep the for loops. Okay, so use a for loop instead of like a while loop, or if you want to use an enhanced for loop, that's fine. But remember what I said about enhanced for loops. Can you use an enhanced for loop? Yeah, so you can use an enhanced for loop, or you can use a regular index for loop like you see over here. The only difference is everything inside the blue box is an array. I want you to change it to an array list. Okay. Did I change the slide for you? Yes, I did. So let's go ahead and work on this. I'll actually give you a full 2 minutes for you to work on this, okay? Very important stuff, guys. Ready? Go. Alrighty, guys, your 2 minutes are up. Let's see how many of you are working on this. Oh, 68. That's not as many as I want, but that's okay. I mean, you know, some of you have to kind of like just sit and watch and process everything, right? That's a good thing too. So let's go ahead and take a look at your answers. So I already gave you the header. Okay, so maybe I should go a little bit down, a little bit lower. Let me see, array list. Combine is going to equal new array list. Uh-oh. Oh, it is an integer. Integer, and then you, oh, okay. So I don't know whose answer I'm looking at, but over here, when you say array list combine, okay, I need to find another one. So what you're missing here is, first of all, capital A, capital L, and then you need to make sure that this one, we know that we're only putting an integer. So we need to, after the word array list, we need to have the pointy bracket. It should say integer. And then after the keyword new array list integer, we need to have parentheses here because we don't know exactly how many elements we're going to have, and it doesn't matter because this is an array list. So, but we need to put the parentheses right there, right? So is there anybody else who, yeah, okay, like this. So this student right here says array list integer, and it's going to be called combine, and it's a new array list with integers, and we don't know how many elements we're going to have yet. And then now we're going through a for loop. We're starting with I index 0, and it's going to be, it's supposed to be A1 and A2, but that's okay. A1 dot size, because this is an array, so we have to use dot size with the parentheses, and then we're going to add 1 every single time, and we're going to, yes, we have to use the add method, combine dot add, and then, oh, you're using the index I, comma, A1 dot get I. Okay, so that's good. And then once you're done adding all that, you're going to go through the array list A2, right? So integer j is 0, j is less than A2 dot length, j plus plus, and same thing, combine dot add. This one should be A2 size. Oh, wait. No. Okay, so this is the part. What is going on here? Oh, because you have to write the index. Okay, so it's going to be A1 dot size. Why is it A1 dot size plus I? We're going through J over here. Did you mean J? And then A2 dot get. You're not getting the size. What you have to put is you have to get the object, right? So you're going to have to get J, and then you have to return the combine. Okay, so this is almost kind of sort of good. Let me see if there's, you think you're done. Let me see. Array list integer combine, new array list integer with the parentheses. I is 0, I is less than A1 dot size. Okay, combine dot add, A1 dot get I. Good job. For integer I equals 0, so you're using I again, and I is less than A2 dot size. Okay, and then you're going through all of that, and combine dot add, A2 dot get I, return combine. Yes, you are done. Okay, so this is what I was looking for. And yeah, over here, this one is also not wrong. They're just using two different add methods, right? And both of them you need to know. This one, you need to use the index, which made this become a little bit more complicated. Over here, you need to use A2.get J over here in that size, because that's the object you're going to put in there. And this is the number of the index, okay? Yeah. Yes, you are done over here. Good job. So I'm going to just pause here for 10 seconds so you can kind of admire the answer. So I want you to know the difference between arrays and array lists, okay? How to use dot size, how to use dot add, okay? All right, so let's move on. So as you can see with an array, inside the square bracket, you had to say exactly how long the elements are. That's why we had to use A1.length plus A2.length. But we didn't have to do that with the array list, right? So that was one thing that you had to remember. And then for the for loop, you had to, instead of A1.length, you had to use A1.size with parentheses. And then instead of using square brackets, you had to use combine.add. Right? Okay, so that was the main difference between an array and an array list. Was that a good practice or what, right? Okay, so this is the chance for you to tell me that this was an amazing practice and you are totally getting it and everything is awesome. Okay? All right. Again, I don't want to waste too much time, so I'm going to go ahead and read the responses super fast. Is this okay? Array list integer combine equals new. Array list integer 3. Okay, so if you're asking not specific to the question that we were working on, yes, because you're just saying that you're going to have 3 things in there, right? And yeah, that's okay. All right? Yeah, that's okay. But why would you want to limit yourself? Well, just leave it as a parentheses because that's the whole point of an array list, right? You want to make it bigger, you want to make it smaller. So don't do that. Okay, brain hurts. That's a good sign. Yeah, yay, your brain's growing. Do we have to add A2 to the end of A1? Like keep them in order. You had to make sure that when you add it, you had to add A1, all the elements from A1 first, and then A2. Yes. You do have to keep them in order because of the code that I gave you earlier. If you look over here in this code, you can see that we have added all the stuff from A1 first and then A2, right? So because I wanted you to write the exact same code but using array list, yes, you had to do that. Awesome. Yay, yay, yay. I would always say make a new array list if you want to reverse something, okay? Because if you want to keep the same one, then you're basically changing everything, and you don't want to mess up your parameter that you get through. Okay, just create a new one. Yay, yay, yay. Okay, good. All right, okay. Yes, please keep those yays coming. Are you telling me? I want you to give me yays. You're going to be okay. Yeah, don't get overwhelmed. When you get overwhelmed, then you're in trouble, okay? All right, so I'm gonna have to move on, even though that went horribly. Yay. Okay. So that's horribly is a bad word, but yay is good. Okay. Yeah, 3 hours ago, I wasn't confident either. Remember, I was struggling to get in here. Yeah. Okay, so we need to stop. I want to continue reading, but I gotta stop because if I continue reading, we won't be able to do this very important part. Okay, where we talk about writing classes. Wasn't there a few of you telling me that you need to know how to write classes? Oh my goodness, yes. So let's go ahead and practice. We're going to practice just 2 questions on the FRQ, and that's going to be writing classes, and then the other one would be 2D arrays, okay? So I'm gonna rush a little bit. So consider the following methods. We have a public void changer. Oh, before we go talk about writing classes, I need to give you this multiple choice question because this is a very tricky one. A lot of students don't understand why. Okay, so I'm going to look at explain this really fast. Okay, so we have a public void changer. We have a string x, integer y. So x is going to be blah blah blah. Okay, public void test. In this method test, it's void, so we're not returning any homework, but we're doing stuff. Okay. String s is world and integer n is 6. So we know s is world and n is 6, right? And then it says, okay, changer sn, which means I have to put in world and 6 as a parameter for the method called changer, which is up here. The method is up here. And so I have changer, and then x is going to be what s was, which is world, and y is going to be 6. And now I'm going to go through all this stuff, okay? So x is equal to x plus piece, which gives me x is going to be world piece, right? And then y is going to equal y times 2. So 6 times 2 is 12, right? Okay, so I know what x and y is. Okay, cool. And it's the end of the method. So here's the question. It's a multiple choice question, okay? But we have to do this first before we start writing classes because this is very, 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 very tricky. So let's do this. So for s and n, are we going to have world for s and 6 for n, or is it going to be s for world piece and n for 6? Okay, you get it. Pick an answer. 1 minute. Alrighty, guys. So let's go ahead and take a look at your answers now. Ooh, so we have an overwhelming answer D. So let me just check really fast. Okay, so yeah, aren't you glad that you showed up? Because most of you are wrong, right? The correct answer is A. Okay, so I'm hoping that the students who answered A did not cheat by looking at my next slide because I kind of explained it for you. So let's take a look over here. So remember how N is going to be passed through as Y. So then because N is a primitive type int, all it does is when we pass through 6 into the parameter, Y just gets 6 and it makes a copy. So guess what? N is still 6. And then all we did was make a copy to Y. So N is still 6 and Y is also 6 now. Okay? Now, what about the X? So change your S. S in here was world and it's a string, right? So remember, string is very tricky because string is an object, but this is an immutable object. Now, if you are in my hour-long sessions, you remember this question. This is such a tricky question that I decided to bring it up again here. And so S is a string. So it's an object, but it is an immutable object. So what does that mean? Okay, so let's just explain this. Okay, now if it's an object and you decide, okay, X is going to have a reference to world. So basically, S, if you open up the box that says X, is going to have the memory address to the word world. Okay, and then now when you pass it on to this as a parameter, or as an argument, what happens is now X is also going to point to the address. When you open up the box called X, it's going to show the same address that S is pointing to. Okay, so now both variables S and X are pointing to the same object, which is world. Okay, so then now X is going to have to add piece to it, right? So X is now world piece. Okay, so then remember how X was pointing to world? Well, now what happens here suddenly, because strings are immutable, and so it's a little bit different from other objects. If this was another object and not a string, what happens is that X now, okay, is pointing to world piece, which means S is also pointing to world piece because they both had the same memory address. So whenever you make changes to X, it also changes S, right? That is for all the other objects in the world. But for strings, strings are immutable. So what happens is, oh yeah, X used to point to world, but now I have to go world plus piece, and world piece is in another memory location. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to replace the memory address for X and make sure that X, when you open up the box, it no longer points to world, but now it points to world piece. So what happens is S was and is still pointing to world. The old variable X before we went through X equals X plus piece is still pointing to world as well, but we can't access it anymore because Java just replaced it to world piece. So where is the old reference for X? It is in the trash somewhere floating around in universe. Well, universe, like in your computer universe, memory universe. Okay? All right. And therefore, S is still world and N is still 6. Okay? I wish I could ask you to give me yays because I could imagine in my mind so many yays, right? I love yays. Okay, so now I had to do that with you because this is so important, the string object, right? Okay, so now let's talk about writing classes. FRQs are so important. I'm kind of running out of time. I wanted to spend 2 hours. Now I only have about an hour and 7 minutes. All right. So for writing classes, you're going to have to use the word public and then lowercase class. And then you see how I capitalize the N in name because a name of the class is always capitalized. And then there are 3 parts of writing a class. The first thing is attributes. What are your attributes, right? And then you need to have constructors because we have to use the constructors to create objects from this class called name or whatever name you want to call, right? Finally, we have behaviors. Well, what is this object going to be doing, right? So we need to have all kinds of method calls for behaviors, right? Okay, so let's look at this in more detail. Let's say we have a public class dog. These are the attributes, which would be the first building block here in gray, attributes, right? So basically in this class called dog, oh, notice the capital D, we're going to have all these attributes. We're going to have a name. We're going to know what breed it is. We're going to know the age of the dog, and we're going to know how much it weighs. Here's a key thing. The word private. All your attributes when you write your class has to be private. Otherwise, you lose a point on your FRQ. And your FRQ is worth 9 points for each question, right? So you don't want to lose 1 point just because you forgot to write the word private. So always remember to write private for your attributes when you're writing classes on your FRQ. Okay? All right. So then once you are done with your attributes, what did I say you need to do next? We have to write constructors. Now, key thing to remember about constructors is that you start with the word public, and notice how the constructor name is dog with a capital D. It is supposed to look exactly the same as the name of the class. So this is another key thing you got to remember when you're taking the FRQ, because they take off another point if you have the wrong header names. Because when you are writing a class, they don't give you names of headers. You have to come up with your own. So if you have the wrong header for any of the method, you will get 1 point off. So please remember that a constructor has to say public, and then the name has to be exactly the same as the class with a capital D. And then there should be parameters, but you could also have a constructor with no parameters, and that's okay. Now, here's another thing I want you to notice. You notice how I kept on saying this when we were talking about the constructor over there? So in this slide, you can see how I wrote 2 constructors. You can definitely have more than one constructor. You know that they're both constructors because it says public dog with a capital D and public dog with a capital D. This one with no parameters is called the default parameter. Okay, so this is one of those situations where you don't have any parameters. Well, how are you going to write that code, right? So over here, this constructor has name, breed, age, and weight, right? So we're just going to go ahead and pass that through. The reason why we use this on the left-hand side, but no this on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side, is because the keyword this means, hey, look at this in this class. If you look at the attributes up here, you will see the attribute called name. I'm talking about this name up here, okay? This name in this class. So for that attribute in this class, what I want you to do is make sure you put in, name. Oh, are you confused, computer? Because if you are, let me just let you know. You see this parameter name? I know this name is the same as the attribute name. But I don't want you to get confused. That's why I'm telling you, look at this class, this dot name, which is up here. And then for that one, please go ahead and put in the name, which is right here in the parameter. That's what it means, okay? All right. So then when you look at the default constructor, suddenly you see this again, and you're like, oh, shoot, what is this time, right? Okay, so what this is saying is, hey, remember this constructor? This one, yeah. Remember how it says public dog? And look, this method header. Look for the same, this method header, public dog. Oh, I see this public dog method. So I'm going to have to look at this in order to work on that, right? So this, and then it says none, not yet determined, 0 and 0.0. What that means is I'm going to look for the same method header in this class, which is public dog. And for all these parameters that I see, I'm going to go ahead and replace those with none, not yet determined, 0 and 0.0. So I am basically using this method that has the same name as this method here. This. Got it? All right, so then now we are done with the attributes and the constructor. And so now it's time for us to write all the other methods. What are the behaviors, right? Okay. So get name, this is an accessor. This is where we actually return your homework. So in this case, we're returning the name. We can do that with all of them, the breed, the age, the weight, but we're going to skip all that. We also have a toString, and a toString basically describes in like a sentence what this object is. So when we use the toString, what we're going to do is we're going to return a name, whatever the name is a breed, who weighs how many pounds, and is how many years old. So that's what it's going to print out, okay? All right. We also have mutators, which means we usually start with the method header with a set, right? And what it does is you're not turning in no homework, but you're doing the homework. That's what it means when it says public void, okay? So what you're doing is, even though you did not turn in your homework, you did what Ms. Choi told you to do, which is you went into this attribute called name. And for that, you put in this name from the parameter, okay? You just didn't turn in your homework, but you did it, okay? So it's done, but you just didn't turn in nothing. All right. Ooh, okay, so here's your first FRQ, okay? And yes, of course, I'm going to give you more time to work on this. And yes, we only have 1 hour, and I'm going to try my best to do as much as possible. I might have to skip the inheritance part, but even if I do, I'll explain it quickly, okay? So let's go ahead and read this together. The tip for solving an FRQ question is that, you know, they always give you examples. Okay, so if you read all the words and you're feeling confused, don't stop and try reading it again, because you're going to just confuse yourself even more, and then you're going to feel overwhelmed, like that one student kept on saying. And then you're going to fail, because when you get nervous, you can't do anything. Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to read, kind of skim through and pick up whatever you can pick up. But if you can't pick up something, that's okay. You keep reading, and then there will be an example somewhere, like over here. Okay, so let's practice that skill right now. Okay, this question involves the implementation and extension of a random string chooser class. Ooh, did you see the word extension? Okay, so you probably might have to think about inheritance, right? Okay, but not yet. A random string chooser object is constructed from an array list of non-null string values. Hey, I know that word, non-null. So that means we have actual strings in there. There is something, there's a memory address that I could go into. I got that part. When the object is first constructed, all of the strings are considered available. I understand that part too. So all the strings are available. Yeah, simple. The random string chooser class has a getNext method, which has the following behavior. I got it. That class has a method called getNext. Easy so far. A call to getNext returns a randomly chosen string from the available strings in the object. Okay. I think I get it. So they pick a random string from the object. Okay. Once a particular string has been returned from a call to getNext, it is no longer available to be returned from subsequent calls to getNext. Okay, I'm a little bit confused here, but I'm going to move on. If no strings are available to be returned, getNext returns none. Okay, so I get that part. If there's no more words, then it's going to say none. Oh, wait a minute. Does that mean things are disappearing? Well, let me just continue on. The following code segment shows an example of the behavior of random string chooser. Oh, yay, I can recode. Array list string word array. So we have an array list. It's going to store strings in there, and the name of it is called word array. We have a new array list, and of course, we don't know how many stuff is going to be in there. We're going to add wheels and then on the bus. So my first one is wheels and then on the bus. Got it. So that's my array list. So easy right now. So random string chooser, that was the name of the class, and I guess the name of this object is schooser, and we're going to create a new random string chooser object, and our parameter is word array. This kind of gives me a clue that when I write my constructor, I only have one parameter, okay, which is word array in this case, okay? And then I have a for loop going from 0 to 6, and we're printing schoose.getNext and then a space. And then only one possible output is shown below. Because schooser has only 4 strings, yes, wheels on the bus is only 4. the string none is printed twice. So it says bust the wheels on and then none, none, because we had to do this 6 times. I get it. 0 through 5 is actually 6 times. And so I'm picking a random number, a random string, and then I'm going to leave a space and then print the next one. Oh, you know what? I think I understand the question. It says write the entire random string chooser class. So I'm going to go back and try and remember which sentence I did not get. It says once a particular string has been returned from a call to get next, it is no longer available. Okay, so that means I have to delete that. All right, I think I'm ready. I think I know what my attribute is going to be and how my constructor should be set up. It has to be just one parameter. And then I know that I just have to write one method, and that is going to be called get next. Okay, so I feel like I helped you out a lot here. So I'm going to go ahead and make you start writing. And guys, with the FRQ, here's the thing. You have 4 questions, and you have to finish that in 90 minutes, right? So what's 90 divided by 4? Oh, no, where am I? I'm looking for slide 116. There you go. So 90 divided by 4 is about 20-some minutes, right? So for each question, you're going to spend that much time. So don't panic, all right? Remember the structure. You need to have the correct method headers. Your attributes have to be private. You need to have a constructor, and then you need to write your method. And in this case, there's only one method called get next, okay? So just think about what you know, and let's go ahead and start writing. I'm going to give you, I can't give you all 20 minutes, okay? So I'm just gonna give you 10 minutes, and then I'll start looking at your responses, okay? All right, let's start. So just for a short while, I'm going to turn the chat on again, but please don't spam it, because then I'm gonna have to turn it off again. Just in case you have any serious questions as you work on these, okay? But focus. Oh, okay, guys, I'm sorry. There you go. That's okay, Will. Just stay tuned. So, Will, in this case, just think. First of all, you know that in order to gain some points, you need to have the correct method headers, right? So then just focus on that. Write the correct method headers so you can at least earn 1 point. And then think, what will be your attribute? And then just make sure you add the word private to that attribute, okay? So at least you'll get 2 points if you get those parts correct. Okay, guys, so it's been about 10 minutes. Actually, it's only been 8, so I'll give you another 2 minutes. Tessa, I like you for liking this FRQ. It's all good, Will. You're going to be unstuck because in 1 minute, we're going to look at some responses. Yes, you do need math.random. Sid, you are cool. All right, guys, your 10 minutes are up. So let's move on and take a look. All right, guys. Yes, Mr. Dave, this is a good practice for all of us. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look. What did you say? 64 responses. Okay, so guys, hopefully you guys are not checking out. The trick is now, if you're in a situation where you read the question multiple times, you have spent time, and you still have no idea what's going on, if you're taking the paper test, just move on and come back later. If you're taking the digital test, you can't come back. So then you'll have to decide, am I going to give up on this for good or not? So if you decide you're going to give up forever, just move on. And you could spend more time on the other FRQs because there's 4 FRQs, okay? And each one is asking you something different. Question number 1 is asking you to write methods. Question number 2 tells you to write a whole class like this one. Question number 3 asks you to write methods that have to do with arrays and array lists. And then question number 4 tells you to write code that has to do with 2D arrays, which is why I'm going over class and 2D arrays with you. Okay, guys? All right, so let's go ahead and take a look. Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. Okay. So first of all, let's take a look at the header. Ooh, okay. So it says public class random string chooser. And don't forget, for the name of a class, okay, you're not going to have parameters, right? Because it's just a class name and there's no parentheses or anything like that, okay? So let's see. But this student have the word private for the attribute, so that's really good. So what I'm looking for with the class name is something like this. Public class, random string chooser. Where did we get the class name from, guys? Well, it says a random string chooser object is constructed from an array list. Okay. All right. And then it also says the random string chooser class. So we already know the name of the class is random string chooser. And just like I explained to you in the beginning of the video, not the beginning of the video, but the beginning of writing methods, I did talk about how you should have the class name first, and you're supposed to write public class and then random string chooser with a capital R, okay? And then you have to open your curly braces, okay? And so then what you realize is that your attribute is just an array, just one array, okay? And it's an array list with strings in it, okay? And that's the next thing that you have to realize. You're looking at all these things and we're picking random words or random strings from this array list. And then that's pretty much all it ever talks about. So then you understand right away that our attribute or our instance variable is going to be an array list of string type. And you can call it anything you want. You can call it word array. You can call it words. You can call it many words, list of words, whatever you want for this name. It doesn't really matter, okay? So then again, if you don't have the word private, you're going to lose a point, right? So it's very important that you have the word private. And there's only one instance variable here. And then the next thing you got to do is write a constructor. Remember we talked about that? So we're going to use public, and then you just copy the name of the class. And then remember how we talked about there's one parameter? Okay, so yeah, because when we were looking at the code over here, okay, we had a word array, right? So we created a new array list and we had all these words, okay? And then what happened was when we created the object, it says from the random string chooser class, we're going to call this object as chooser. So it's going to be a new object. And so that's the name of the class. And then we had one parameter. And so that was a hint as to what our constructor is supposed to look like. Just look for the word new and then what the class name and that would tell you which parameter to use if it has no parameters or more than one parameter, right? So right away, this student, I want to find another student who didn't use word array because it might get confusing with the actual test question. So let me use this student over here. Public class random string chooser, private array list string words, public random string chooser. And then now we have a parameter, but this one is a string with square brackets, which means this is an array. Did the question say that we have an array? No. I mean, I know that the name is word array, but we only see array lists here, okay? So that will not be good. But you know what? When you make silly mistakes like this on the FRQ, they don't take points away as long as you don't continue to just write code using arrays, okay? So little silly mistakes like that, you don't lose points. Isn't that really good news? Okay. So let me see if there's anything else. We have a private array list string R. Okay, that's totally fine. Public random string chooser, array list string R. So you're using R again. Okay, so yeah, although it has the same name, you know it's two different things, right? So this dot R is going to get R. Okay, so this is the only problem here with the constructor. Yeah, we have declared R, but we don't know what's inside R. So if I were to create an object using this code, I would have an error because I don't really have anything, okay, for the R. So let me see if there's somebody else. What I'm looking for is somebody who actually said that the name of this or word array is going to equal a new array list. We have to create a new array list here, guys. And I don't really see that with anybody here. So I'm going to stop scrolling down, okay? Actually, I want to scroll down a little bit more. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go back up. Wait, actually, let me see if there's anything more down here. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. I'm tone deaf, but I was trying to sing that song on TikTok. Okay. All right, let's see. Private array list string word and then public random string chooser, but there's no parameter here. We need to have a parameter that's an array list, right? But yeah, this is what I was looking for. So over here, this student got the method header wrong. Public random string chooser, and then you need to put a parameter for that, which is going to be an array list string. Okay. With a name, and then word is equal to new array list string. So you created the new array list, and then you're going to have to add the words in there. Okay. Ooh, okay. I was hoping that there would be like a good answer, and then I could just show it to everybody, and that would be perfect. Do we have any? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do here, trying to find you a correct FRQ here. All right, you know what? Let's just focus on, okay, the fact that the attribute is going to need the word private and then array list string and then words. And this could be any word you want. It could be words or whatever, okay? And then let's make sure that we understand that the constructor is supposed to have the header, public random string chooser, and we need to have a parameter, which is an array list of strings. And again, this name over here that you put in here, it doesn't matter what you put in there, okay? But then once you do that, you have to make sure this attribute words is going to get whatever this array is. But you need to go ahead and create a new array list, right? So you have to put the equal sign, and then you're going to have to put the word new. I lost my space. Give me just 1 second. Yeah, so you're going to have to put new and then array list and then string with the parentheses. So you're basically creating a new array list. And then inside the constructor, you need to have a for loop, okay? And in there, okay, you can use an enhanced for loop saying that is a string. And then you can put in any word you want to put in there, like one word. And then with a colon, column. And then you'll have to put in word R, right? And then you're going to have to add each of the words in there. All right, so the constructor has to be kind of long, okay? And then let's talk about the public string get next. So this is a good header. Public string get next is totally correct. So this student over here is going to earn 1 point for all the correct headers, and then another point for using the word private. So this student for sure got 2 points, right? Okay, so now let's take a look at the get next method. So in this case, this student has created an integer size, and that is word size. Okay, and then if size is equal to 0, okay, so if there's nothing in there, it's just going to say none. So that's what it returns. But if the size is not equal to 0, we're going to go in there and we're going to have index, and we're finding the random number. So here, in case you guys forgot how to use math.random, math.random is going to give you a random number in between 0 and 0.999999 because it's a double, right? Okay, so what you have to do is you have to multiply that by how many numbers you want, right? So if you want 10 different numbers, you have to go math.random times 10. And then afterwards, you have to add the beginning number. If you want your first number to be in between 0 to 9, because that's 10 different numbers, then you'll just leave it like this. If you want it to go from 1 to 10, you're going to have to plus 1 to it. So that way you can go from 1 all the way to 10, okay? So in this case, we're just going to go math.random times words.size. And in this case, this student just put size because as you can see, integer size got words.size, right? And then we have to cast everything into an integer because we don't want our integer to be a double. It doesn't make sense. So we're casting it to an integer. No, Mr. Dave, we need times size because if there's 10 elements in there, we want to use all 10 numbers. Okay, so then you're going to get an index in between 0 to 9. So if you start counting from 0 and go all the way to 9, then it's going to give you 10 different numbers. And so that would be the size, okay? So then you basically have that index, okay? And then the string is going to be words dot get the index. So we're going to get the index, okay? So that goes into string, and then words dot remove index. So once we get it, then we're going to remove it, and then we're going to return the string. All right, okay, so I'm okay with this, okay? And so the only thing I don't like about this one, or that you won't get credit for, is the constructor section. You need to have a for loop where you add all the words in the array list called word R, because whatever word R is, all the stuff in there, all the strings in there needs to be populated into words, right? Okay. All right, so I hope that helps you. It's the one that says, can you check mine? Okay. Are you towards the front or the end? Let me see. On the top, can you check mine? Okay. So I know I'm spending a little bit longer. You think this one's correct? Let me see. So we have an array list string R, and then, okay, so R is new array list string, and then R gets array. No. What you have to do is you have to actually add it. Okay. And then r.size. If r.size is greater than 0, then you're going to go ahead and return r.remove. This is beautiful. Okay, so this is like a simplified way of doing it. Remember what I said to you when we were talking about the array list? I said when you use the remove method, it's going to return whatever it was that you are removing, right? So you're removing it, okay? And at the same time, you are returning what you just removed, right? So you're going to return that. So this is a very a beautiful way of writing code. Okay, otherwise you're going to return none. So this is really a beautiful way of writing the get next method. Okay, I like this one a lot. It's just I don't think r gets array is going to work. I think you have to add all the strings. Okay. Awesome, Brady. So if that's the case, and that's the case, that's awesome. Okay. Okay, good job, you guys. So now let's move on. Okay, so let's take a look at how you earn your points, okay? So this is your rubric. If you use the correct class, constructor, and method headers, see, I told you, just the correct headers give you 1 point, right? And make sure you write the word private, that's another point, right? And then here's another point for initializing all instance variables, okay? So if you don't use the parameter though, you don't earn this point. And then the rest of your points is in the get next method, right? So you have to generate a number, a random number in the proper range, which is the int math.random times size, right? The size of the whole array list. And then you have to choose a string from instance variable using generated random number. So you have to choose a string, right? And then you have to update the state appropriately. Okay, and then of course you have to return the chosen string or none as appropriate. Okay, so this one was out of 4, 5, 6, 7 points because this is from a long time ago. Okay, so you guys did good. How are you feeling so far? Okay, so again, I cannot read too much of that question, but I still want to ask you. So go ahead and answer really fast. And as you guys are working on that, I'm going to just kind of move on. So that way, if you also have questions on the next slide, you can go ahead and ask, okay? Okay, so struggling student, I just want you to know the order. I kind of share that with you on the previous slides, right? So I'm just gonna go back really quick. So when I was explaining this whole thing, this is the order. So you put public class name with a capital N, and then you write your attributes first. Make sure you use the word private. Then you need to have your constructor, and you can have more than one constructor. And then you're going to write your behaviors or all your methods, okay? So does that help you, struggling student? All right, so now with that, I'm going to continue on with inheritance. I know that somebody was asking about inheritance. I just didn't want to repeat myself over and over and over again. Okay, so Annie Rude, what I was trying to do was ask you to create a for loop so you can go ahead and add all the strings from from the parameter that you're passing through. But Brady said he tested it out on his computer and didn't have to create a new array list and manually add all the words. I would caution you and just say it's safer if you just do it though, okay? Just be on the safe side because they don't take points off when you are careful and just make sure everything works fine, okay? All right, so inheritance, let me hurry up and get this done. We have less than half hour left and you need to write more FRQ, right? We need to go all the way to the 2D. We might have to skip this inheritance part, okay? So a class hierarchy can be developed by putting common attributes and behaviors of related classes into a single class called a superclass. By the way, the reason why I'm going over inheritance right now is because there are a lot of students and teachers worrying that maybe when you are writing your FRQ question for writing classes, there might be some questions on inheritance included. And if it is, it's not a big deal. I don't think it would be, but actually there was a release FRQ question that had an inheritance question for writing class. So I just decided to go over it really fast. If it doesn't show up on the FRQ, it would still help you with the multiple choice questions anyway, right? Okay, classes that extend a superclass called subclasses can draw upon the existing attributes and behaviors without repeating this in the code. So for example, the meal class can be a superclass, and it's just talking about any kind of meal. But then, like a hamburger in the picture, or maybe just I don't know what this is, a taco or a fish meal, I don't know. But then a deluxe meal can be a subclass, and maybe a deluxe meal now adds, in addition to the hamburger or the fish, now there's a drink and sides. Okay, so then if we have a deluxe meal as a subclass, we don't have to repeat any kind of information for the fish or the hamburger that was already in the superclass, because deluxe meal is a child of the meals class. So extending a subclass from a superclass creates an is-a relationship from the subclass to the superclass. We have to use the keyword extend, okay? So if we have a meal and that's a superclass, deluxe meal, subclass, then it has to be like this. So the dog is the parent class and underdog is the subclass. And so what happens is the parent is a dog, so you have to use the keyword extends dog. So what this means is that underdog is a child and the parent is a dog. So we're extending what all the stuff in the dog class and then adding more. That's what it means. Okay. All right. So over here, the keyword super can be used to call a super classes, constructors, and methods. Okay, so going back over here, okay, underdog extends dog, right? So if you see here, it says public void act. And if you look at the parent class dog, it also have public void act. They have the same name. And if you look inside the subclass, it uses the word super.act. What that means is, I'm tired. I don't want to write all the code that I already have in my parent class. So you know what? Just go ahead and go to my parent class. That means super. Go to my super duper parent class and then look for the method called act. And I did. Okay. And so we're going to do all of this. Okay. We're going to do system.out.print and we're going to do eat. Okay. And then after you do all that, we're going to do more, which is system.out.print sleep. So that is called overriding. This is also called polymorphism. Are we good? Okay. Yeah, so that is why, okay, child and parent classes or superclasses and subclasses are really cool because we don't have to repeat the same code over and over and over again. So the object class is the superclass of all other classes in Java. So you know, for example, remember what I said about an array list? An array list is the child class of something else. And then that one is a child class of something else. And then eventually the big parent is the object class. Remember what I said about that? That's why an array list can store all kinds of data types as long as it's an object. Remember that? Okay. All right. So the following object class methods and constructors are part of the Java quick reference. You should have that. I think Ms. Boyd went over that with you. All of them have Boolean equals and a toString. And then what happens is every time you write a child class, you override it. Okay, that's called polymorphism. It has the same name, but depending on what class you are in, you have different methods. Okay, in addition to the superclass. So subclasses often override the equals and toString methods with class-specific implementations. Okay, so again, just looking over here, same thing. We don't have constructors here to look at, but even public void eat. Here's another method in the child class or the subclass. And if we look at the parent class, we have public void eat. And you see how it says super.eat? That means I don't want to write all that code in the parent class. So go to my parent class and then look up the method called eat. So we're going to do that and then come back and then we're also going to print bark. Okay. All right. So then constructors are not inherited, but the superclass constructors can be called from the first line of a subclass. Okay, now the actual parameters passed in the call to the superclass constructor provide values that the constructor can use to initialize the object's instance variables. If a subclass constructor does not call a superclass constructor using the word super, Java does it anyway. So you don't see the word super in a constructor, but it's still going to happen. Okay, so regardless of whether the superclass constructor is called implicitly, meaning you didn't write it, or explicitly, meaning you wrote it, the process of calling superclass is going to continue all the way until we go to the very, very big parent class object. Okay, and I don't know if I forgot to tell you this, but every child or every subclass can only have one parent. Okay, but a parent can have many, many children. All right. Okay. So now here's your question. Okay. So that would be slide 129. So let me take you there in the Pear Deck. So I know I was talking a little bit too fast, but hopefully you were able to pick up stuff. And if not, this question would clarify things for you. So here's your Pear Deck question. So let's take a look at the code first. The following pet class is used to represent pets and print information about each pet. Each pet object has attributes for the pet's name and species. Okay, so we have public class pet. We have two attributes, name and species. And then we have a constructor, public pet, with two parameters. So name gets N and species get S. And then we have get name, it returns a name. And then we have print pet info. So what are we printing? Name is a whatever breed. Okay. So now then, here's your question. Again, this could be something in your FRQ along with writing a class. Okay, maybe not, but we'll just practice anyway. You need it for the multiple choice questions anyway. The following dog class is a subclass of the pet class, you know, because it says public class dog extends. No, the parent cannot access a child. Only a child can access the parent. So the dog is extending pet. Okay, so we have an attribute private string breed because in addition to the other stuff that you saw over here, name and species, okay, we're going to also add the breed. So here's the constructor with a string N and string B. So we're going to use super N comma dog. So explicitly we're saying super, meaning, hey, we're going to go to the parent constructor and get that information. So super N comma dog, what would that be? So let me look at the constructor here, super N. So N is the name. And then string B. String B is the species. So we are going to get the name and the species from the parent constructor. And then in addition to that, we're going to say our variable breed is going to get B, the parameter that we're passing through, okay? And then we're going to go ahead and print pet info. So this is what you have to write. And here's the key thing that I want you to notice. Public void print pet info. If you go to the parent class, it's the same method header. Public void print pet print pet info. So what we have to do is override the parent class, which means we could use everything in here, but add more to it, or maybe we can change stuff from the parent class, okay? So that's what you have to do. Did I already give you the slide? Yes, I did, okay. So then what happens is if you have a dog class, Fluffy, it's going to be a new dog, Fluffy, Pomeranian, right? So then if you print that info, what happens is it says Fluffy is a dog of breed Pomeranian, okay? So go ahead and write the method, please. It shouldn't take you 20 minutes because this is just a little portion, okay? So I'm gonna change the slide to right here and give you, I'm gonna say 3 minutes. That's long enough. Ooh, okay. So I'm sorry, Druvia Vedula. The question that you asked with the underdog class, I thought I had a question for you, but I'm not sure. So I'm gonna answer you right now. So yes, in the parent class, it uses the method eat, but that eat method does not refer to the parent class because it has the same method header in the child class. So you have to go to the child class to run the eat method. Okay, I hope that helps you. Because we're not a parent trying to access a child. We were already in the child class saying we're gonna use super, right? And then that's why we went into the parent class. And then in there, we had to, we saw a eat method, but remember, we started from the child class. So, and then in the child class, we had the same eat method. So we'll have to use the eat method in the child class. Okay, do you understand what I said, Druvia Vedula? Okay, Will, so I see that you are almost done. So let me just go into Pear Deck to see what your answer is, okay? Awesome, Dhruva Vedula. Good job. All right, so let's see. What I was looking for is da 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 da. Yeah, so I'm looking for public void print pet info, and then okay, so over here, this response that I'm looking at, it says system.out.print super get. Uh-oh, why did you just delete it? So yeah, what I was trying to say is the super, if you go to the parent method, it tells you to print it anyway. So you don't have to say system.out.print and then use super. What you're gonna do is you're just going to do super.printPetInfo, right? So you're not going to put the println here. So you're just going to put super.printPetInfo, not get name, because now you are trying to rewrite the whole thing that's already in the parent class. In the parent class, you already have the name is a dog of breed, whatever. So you're just gonna use the super. So let's see who got it. All right, so no. So what we're trying to print out, guys, over here is Fluffy is a dog of breed Pomeranian, right? So we are just adding of breed Pomeranian. The parent class already has Fluffy is a dog, remember? And then so now all we need to add in the child class is add a space of breed and then add a space and then the breed information, okay? So let's see if there's anybody else. Anybody else? So yes, so over here, you're going to start off with super.printPetInfo. And so you got that information from the parent class. And then you're going to add to it, you're going to print space of breed space and then plus breed. So this is the correct answer. It's just that your method header is not there. So if you look down here, the method header is right here, public void print pet info, which is the same method header as the parent class. And then inside the method, you would write this code here, okay? So this is the correct answer. Oh my goodness, guys. Yes, time is running out, okay? So what I'm going to do is, there is more questions here that has to do with inheritance, okay? But I'm just going to go ahead and skip it and see if I could give my TA the answer. And then you guys can maybe have discussions after the session is over. Okay, and then there's part B and C that has to do with inheritance. I'm not going to check in with you, even though you probably want me to, because I want to skip over to 2D arrays and make sure we finish. Okay. Oh, Will, I gave you the correct answer, remember? The correct answer is this method header, public void print pet info, and then you have to use super.printPetInfo. And then in addition to that, because if you just do super.printPetInfo, it's just going to tell you Fluffy is a dog or whatever, right? And then after that, you have to print a breed and then Pomeranian. Are we good? Yeah, Will, that won't be okay, because then after the super method, you need to explicitly say you gotta print this. But what you are putting in is this is a void method, so you're not returning anything. So then of breed plus this breed will give you an error. But yeah, you are close. All right, so let's move on to 2D arrays, because I know you need this, okay? So this is the last question on the FRQ, so I'm basically going over FRQ number 2 and 4, okay? And then I kind of snuck in inheritance over there, okay, a little bit. So hopefully you understand how to use the keyword super and the word extends, okay? 2D arrays are stored as arrays of arrays, okay? So basically, if you look down here, if you have int and then with 2 little square brackets, and then you can call it anything you want, and don't forget to use the keyword new, and then we have a 3x4. So 3x4 means row 0, 1, 2. There's 3 going down, and then 4. There are 4 columns going to the right. That's what it means, okay? For purposes of the exam, when we are going through an element, okay, when we are accessing an element at a 2D array named grid, we're going to use grid and then row, the number of the row, and then the column, okay? So if you are trying to access number 13 over here, you're going to say grid 0, 1, okay? So you're going to put 0 for the first square bracket and then 1 for the second bracket. Okay. All right. So if you are trying to use an initializer list to create and initialize a 2D array, then it's going to look like this. You see how we have 12, 13, 16, 28? Well, that is basically the first array. So 12, 13, 16, 28 is basically here. So basically, just think like this, okay? A 2D array is an array of arrays. So we have 1, 2, 3 elements in this array, but this array is basically containing objects that are other arrays. And then in that array, you look inside again, and then you'll see another set of arrays, another set of numbers. And that's basically what this means, okay? Yes, Brady, you are correct. All right, so then now over here for row major order refers to an ordering of 2D array elements where traversal occurs across each row, while column major order traversal occurs down each column. So let's take a look at this example. So if you start with a for loop, so we have to use nested for loops for 2D arrays because we have to. Because what happens with the first for loop is basically we're looking at each of the rows. So in order for us not to be confused, we're not going to use I, J, K, or whatever. We're going to go ahead and use the word row and the word col for column, okay? So we're going to start with row equals 0, and row is going to be less than grid.length because that's how many rows we're going to have, right, going down. And then, so for each row, what we're going to do is we have another for loop. So this time, we're just looking at row 0, and then we have a column that starts with 0, and then we're going to go through grid, and then in square brackets we have row, or you can just put 0.length because however long that inside array was in here, right, this inside one, the 4, okay, that's what we want, right, for our columns. Okay, so that's how many we're going to go through. So for each row, we're going to go through each of the columns, okay? Now, if you want to start with a column measure, what we do is we start with a column. So col has to be less than grid 0. That means you're looking at the very first element, okay, which is also an array. And so we're going to go ahead and get the length of that, okay? So for each column, we're going to go down that row. So then over here, we have nested iteration statements that we use to traverse through all the elements. I highlighted the word column major order because this example of code that I'm showing you is in column major order. So if we have 12, 13, 16, 28, all these, okay, as a 2D array, and we have this code, what ends up happening is it's going to not print out 12, 13, 16, 28. It's going to print out 12, 56, 53. So it goes down the column, and then it's going to print out 13, 78, 45, okay? So I just wanted you to look at this code and kind of think about it. The outer loop. So when we're talking about using enhanced for loops for 2D arrays, the outer loop is just talking about rows, right? So the enhanced for loop variable must be the type of each row, which is a 1D array. The inner loop is now just going through a single row, right? And so then the variable that we use has to be the same type as the elements in there. So in case you didn't understand what I was talking about, this is what we are looking at. We have a 2D array with all these numbers, okay? So when we want to use an enhanced for loop, we have to make sure that the data type for the outside loop is going to be an array, because look, the first element is an array of 1, 2, 3, 4. The second element is an array of 5, 6, 7, 8. The third element is an array of 9, 10, 11, 12, and so on and so forth, right? So that's why our data type is going to be an array of integers, and then we have a variable. It could be anything, and we're using the array 2D because that's the array that we're looking at. And then for the inside loop, now we're looking at just the 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So the 1, 2, 3, 4 is a primitive type int. That's why we use the data type int. Again, we can use whatever variable you want. And now you have to make sure that whatever variable you used up here is copied down here, because that is what we are traversing through now. We're not traversing through array 2D. We are traversing through just this, just the 1, 2, 3, 4. And the variable for that was over here, I. So you just copy that down here. And then you're going to say system.out.print x with a space, and then every single time you're done copying 1, 2, 3, 4, then you're going to go to a new line and then print 5, 6, 7, 8, and so on and so forth. Okay. All right. So then with only 6 minutes left, which makes me really sad. Remember how Fiveable crashed for a little bit? So I think I have permission to spend 5 more minutes with you, maybe until 7:05. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you look at the link to the question. And so if you click on that, you will see question 3. Okay. So what makes me sad is I can't give you time to write this, right? So let me just at least go through the strategies for you, okay? All right. So then we have a public class student, we have get name, and we have get absence count, right? So we understand the student class. And then we're looking at public class seating chart. So we have private student. Oh, this is a 2D array with the seats. Okay. So then if you scroll through, you can see how we have a public seating chart. And so public seating chart, look at the name. This one is public class seating chart. This is public seating chart. So we know that this is a constructor and it has parameters of whenever you see list, this is a previously released test question. And back then we learned about lists, but now just think of it as an array list, okay? So we have an array list of students, object students, and it's called student list. And then we have integer rows and integer columns. And that's what you're going to write the code for. And then we have another method here, and it's called remove absent students. And we're going to turn in your homework, and that's going to be an integer. And the parameter that we use is allowed absences, okay? The reason why I skimmed through everything here and just focus on the method header is because that's what you're supposed to do. You can't waste time reading every single thing here. Okay, you can go back and read it later, but that's all you have to know so far, because all the time on the FRQs, they give you drawings and diagrams to help you better understand what you're supposed to do. Okay, so we're going to write the constructor for the seating chart class. The constructor initializes the seats instance variable, so you know that you gotta use seats, okay? To a 2-dimensional array with a given number of rows and columns. The students in student list are copied into the seating chart in the order in which they appear in student list. The students are assigned to consecutive locations in the array seats, starting at seat 00 and filling the array column by column. So if you were wondering why Ms. Choi kept on highlighting column major and gave you the code for column major, it was hopefully me trying to prep you for this FRQ, because they want you to fill up the seats column by column, not in rows, not row by row, okay? So basically this is what happens. You have an array list. So again, every time you see list, just think array list. You have an array list of student objects. Okay, and so we have Karen with 3 absences, Liz with 1, Paul with 4, Lester with 1 absence, and so on and so forth. So when you create your seating chart, this is how you're supposed to set it up. You have 3 rows and 4 columns going sideways, and the first name that you put is going to be Karen 3. And then because it's in column order, the next person Liz is not going to be on the right. It's column major, so we got to go down. So Liz is going to be on the second one below. Paul is going to be on the third one below. Then Lester, there's no more space going down, will be on row 0 again, but with the same column. So just pay attention to the order. The row stays the same at 0, but the column keeps changing from 0, 1 to 2. And then finally, there's no row 3, right? So we're going to change the column to 1 and then go down. All right, so I know now that I'm talking so much, right? But this is supposed to help you. Now, if you need more details, you can definitely go back and read this part more in detail, and you can read the code in more detail. But I don't really think you have to. I think you have enough information. If anything, okay, over here where it says complete the seating chart constructor below, you can read all of this in detail. And then they give you the method header, so you can just start filling this out. It is now 7 o'clock, but I know that I have 5 more minutes. I can't go over everything with you, but if you want to, I'm going to go ahead and give you some time so you can work on at least part A with me. There you go, guys. And then unfortunately, because we don't have that much time, I might have to go in there like in 2 minutes to just start providing feedback, okay? I'm hoping that that will be okay with you. But I think that if you understand everything that we talked about today, you'll be fine. Yes, Will, what are you curious about? The numbers below the name came from number of absences, and you got that because if you read over here carefully, it says create a seating chart with the given number of rows and columns from the students in student list, right? Empty seats are null. And then the row is the number of rows, column is the number of columns. Actually, is not here. So then, yeah, when you are not understanding that, you have to go back and read the words, right? Let's see. So then again, you would have to go back and look for that section, right? So over here, public class student, look at this. So we have the get name and then we have the get absence count, right? So that way, that is how you know that in this object called, this object from the student class is going to have a name and how many absences the student has. So that's what where the number comes from this public class. Are we good? Yes. So if you create an object, the student object, yes, you'll have to use get name with the parentheses and get absence count. Yes. Yes. Ashiria, usually for writing classes, I already gave you the tips. Method headers, using the word private for attributes. But usually over here, for example, so this is a constructor, so this doesn't apply. But if you read the method header and you have to return something, just create a variable for that type and then return it. So that's an easy way to always earn 1 point. And then usually there's always a for loop, okay? Right? So if you already know that this is a 2D and then 2D array, then you know you're going to have a nested for loop, right? So just go ahead and just write the for loop. Okay, the 2 for loops. Just having the 2 for loops won't give you any points, but as you do that, maybe you'll come up with more ideas as to what you can do. So that is like the easiest thing that I could tell you. Just if you know how to write, for loops, while loops, you should be good. And other than that, that's about it. Easy points. So you can still get 1 or 2 points. And the other thing is don't give up, okay? Just try and write as much code as possible because you earn partial credit and little mistakes are overlooked a lot of the time. Okay, so that's the key thing. Hopefully that helps you. Rashi, you would know whether to use inheritance or not in the FRQs because it would tell you. Like this class is inherited from, or it would say, oh, it extends this class, words like that. So when you see that word, that's a key. Oh, okay. Extends means it's a child class. Oh, yeah. Okay. I know what to do. Okay. Not a big deal. All right. So 2 minutes left. Let me see if anybody started participating. Okay. Don't be scared, Will. Everything will be fine. Okay. So yeah, what we have to do is this seats is equal to new array list. Okay, hey guys, this is we're not creating a new array list over here. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to create a new student. Okay. But yeah, okay, so you see this one right here. Okay. Yeah, so you have a 2 for loops, but then you already know that it's column major, right? So you will have to start with the columns, remember? So you would say integer I is equal to 0 and I is less than cols. Because see, cols is right here. They already gave you the columns. And then over here, you're going to say A is equal to 0 and A is less than rows because it's column major. So column has to be outside. So just that alone should be good. but then, you would have to put more in here because you have to access all of them. So that's one of the points. Whenever you have a for loop, you got to access every single element, right? So if you have something like this, yeah, good job. And col is less than. So actually, you don't have to say it's 0 dot length because they already give you the rows and the cols. So you're just going to put cols here and then rows here. Okay. And then, yeah, in there, you're going to put seats, not R, seats, and then row col. Because you're using, even though it's column major, when you write your 2D arrays, you're going to put row first and then column. So remember in my slide, I said for purposes of the AP exam, you're always going to do rows and then column, right? Yes, 2D arrays are not that easy. Okay, James, if I initialize an array or 2D array, will the blank parts of the array be null? If it's an object, if the data type is an object, yes. Yes. So over here, just to, yeah, like that is equal to student list dot get, because that's an array list, and then student and then you need to have an index. So to have an index, you need to create an integer variable, right? So you have to go all the way outside of the for loop, maybe before seats or after seats, that's fine. And then you have to have a variable for the index. So I would say integer, int, and then whatever variable name, student index, and then just set it equal to 0. And then inside the parentheses, you can just go ahead and put that variable name. And then you just have to add the variable, and then you're going to be done. Yeah. So yeah, if you want to say size equals 0, that's fine. And then over here, instead of student list.get, yeah, you'll get size. And then underneath that, you're going to have to put size plus plus. And then you're done. So this is what I'm looking for. Okay, you just have to fix this part, remember? This one is cols. Col is less than cols, and row is less than cols, because we got to use these variables, the parameters, the rows and cols. Okay, so this is, I don't know who you are, but beautiful job. And that's it. I went over time for too much. I don't know if Mr. Tejas Baharti is going to go somewhere else to help you guys out or not, but I went to the very bottom. Is this right? Yes. Yes. This is good. Yes. And then who else? Who was it? I'm trying to look for yours, okay? Who? Oh, this one. Can you check mine? Yeah. Index is 0. And then, yeah. I is 0, less than cols. J is 0, J is less than cols. Yeah. Student list.get and then index. Yes. Beautiful. Okay. All right. So yes, I want to stay longer, but please continue on with the conversation in Discord. And I know that my man, Mr. Bayarti, will help you so much. Okay. Yes. I'm so glad you guys stayed. The 61 of you that are still here, thank you so much for showing up. I really appreciate you. And yes, thank you for all the yays, at least at the beginning of the session. Okay. So thank you so much, and I'll see you soon. Okay. Bye, guys. Bye, guys. I'm all sweating here. But anyways, thank you. Bye, guys. Yay, 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 guys. Thank you so much for the yay, yay, yays. Okay, bye. I miss you too, Enko. Thank you for the hearts and all the love. Please, please get a 5 on the test. Oh, no, it's okay. You'll be fine. Bye, guys. Thank you so much. Wish you the best. You are awesome, okay? Bye, guys.